Okay, stop the mad lates, dude. It was a minute. It was a minute. I didn't realize it was 12 already. Calm down. Calm down with the mad lates. Calm down. RodSX19, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate you guys. Also, the people that subscribed during the starting soon screen. Appreciate all of you. Apricate, thank you for the 4. Welcome, everybody, to the Thursday stream. Today is going to be a cool one because we're going to do something a little bit different later on today. Which is, I have a regional this Sunday. Is the sound, why is the sound weird? I looked at it earlier and it's fine. It sounds weird. Why does it sound weird? It peaks when you talk. It doesn't look peaking at all in my OBS. It's in the yellow, which is usually fine. Put the pop filter up like this. It sounds completely normal. It looks completely normal on OBS. I don't know what you guys are. I don't know what you guys are on about. I don't know. It's different. Well, I might be different, but is it bad? Because I did change the settings. Maybe it was bad like the last 12 months. Have you considered that? Maybe it's been bad all along. I don't know, man. Anyways, sounded better last year. Cap. No cap. Okay, what do you want me to do now? I can turn down the volume a little bit on the mic. I don't know if that helps the freaking peaking. It shouldn't peak. It's like literally bottom of the yellow thing in OBS. I don't know, man. I don't know what you had. I listened into the stream yesterday, and yesterday's stream the sound was completely fine, and people were saying the same stuff yesterday. So I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. No, it wasn't. It was completely fine yesterday. I don't know what you're on about. Anyways, you guys want to stream or not? You guys wanna talk about mic settings or Yu-Gi-Oh? Like what are you trying to do today? Like we can do that. Mic settings? Okay, mic settings then. Anyways, let's do the warm-up. Let's just do the warm-up, man. Lighting looks really good. Yeah, I changed the lamp. I hope it's better. That's an evil. Evil. Is it Diplos? That's what I was thinking. But there's no evil sword Diplo. Yeah, that's the one. That is Cat Ear Tribe, I think. Yeah. Witty Phantom. Yeah. Don't know what that is. Damage Mage. Okay, I haven't seen that one. Well, I probably have, but I don't remember. Ooh, that is a legendary Six Samurai Shinai, right? Shinai is the blue one. Yep. That is a Lunalight Dancer. I don't know. It doesn't look like a Leo. Panther Dancer? That could be it. Yep. Shadol. Wamata, I think. Yep. Ryafel, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. That is High Priestess. High Priestess of Prophecy. Easy. Who is this? Oh, I've seen it, but I don't know what it's called. It's relatively old. Dragonic Knight. Okay. One of these two. Or Lapis then. I knew it. Okay, one of those three, I suppose, and I guess the right one last. Sick. This is Ghost Trick. No, it's not this. Ghost Trick. Stein? Oh, why did I click the wrong one, man? It's not even correct. Okay, then is it Spell Trap? Then I don't know what it's called. Mansion. All right. What is this? A penguin? Oh. I think it's this. Yeah. Thanks, Maxis. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. This one I don't know. Apple of Enlightenment. All right. Noted. Ooh, that's UA, I think. UA. Well, to be honest, I have no idea which one. Oh, okay. Easy clap. Wind up rat. Ooh, is this Clockwork? This is Clockwork. Oh, that's Pearly. Cosmo Wicked Witch. I think. Yeah. I'm skipping that. I think it's a Predaplant, but it might not be. Okay, it is. Is this Crystal Dragon? Please be Crystal Dragon. Thank you. I only know Crystal Dragon literally from Card Guesser. I've never seen it. Not Dragonfly. Masked Chameleon. Looking kind of what? What is it though? Key? It is key. Okay. Is that just a Ramesir? I think so, yeah. This looks familiar. This looks very familiar. That's a, oh yeah. Yeah. This is what you see before you leave the duel. This is a Valence. I'm guessing the Valence. I'm feeling confident. Oh, easy clap. I actually wasn't confident at all. I lied. Surface? Yep. warrior returning alive. I think. Yes. Card trooper. Oh, I know this. Evocator Chevalier. Yes. Infernity General, I think. Please be Infernity General. Oh, it is an Infernity though. I know it. It is an Infernity. I'm pretty sure. It's not Pawn. It's a spell? Oh god. Contract to the Void. That doesn't exist. With the Void. Oh, okay, okay. That is an Infernity card though, right? Like Into the Void and all the others, they're meant to be Infernity cards, I think. This one I don't know. Now, who is this little fella? It's a Performa Pal, isn't it? But it's not a Fluffle. It's a Performa Pal, but if I type Performa Pal, there's like 10,000 options, so like I'm not gonna get it. Bubble Bow. Okay. Noted. Shunoros. Yeah. This is the Earth. Agent is Agent Earth. I know it's Agent Earth. Okay, no, it's not called the Earth. Okay. Who are you? I don't know. I don't think. Oh, that's what's it called? The pendulum dude. Yeah, Amorphage. Stardust. Is this assault mode? No. Stardust Glow. Stardust Spark? It's not Stardust Spark. I don't think. I'm skipping it. It's not Stardust Spark. Assault Revival. God damn it. Is that Rox Rose? Yeah. Oh, it's Pyramid Turtle. Oh, I didn't need that zoom. What's going on here? Oh, it's Tomato, the OG, Mystic Tomato, the OCG art. I thought it was a feet or a foot or something like that. I didn't realize it was the friggin' thing. Shinato. Yeah. Mask of Brutality. No, Mask of this one. This is like night and day. Is this one? No. Okay, I'm skipping it then. Night Express Night. Okay. Not quite. Chronomaly stuff, but no idea. Esperanza Glyph. Alright, noted. That's a Constellar. Okay, somehow I knew that. I don't know why. Madolce. No, that's the cat. What's the thing called? Croissant. Yeah. Atlantean, that's the vanilla. Atlantean Pikeman? No, Attack Squad? Attack Squad. That's not a vanilla then. That's the other one. It's a bad effect monster. Oh, this is something Tyrant Wing? No, but it has something to do with that. Blue Eyes Tyrant? Yeah. I don't know that one. Oh no, it's level limit area A. It's just 2 points, but there's too much going on that card. Easy, Kazajin. Shut up. Who is that? Blackwing looking ass. Blackwing being ass. Yeah. Psyframe. Delta? Delta. No idea. No idea. Card changer. Is that microcoder? Is microcoder. No. I always get it wrong, man. Always wrong. What is this? 94 Crystal Zero? No. Okay, I'm skipping then. That's not fair. It has a number on it, but not in the name. That's cheating. We've been robbed. Who the hell is this? This looks... Oh god, is this just Aqua Spirit or whatever it's called? Water Spirit? God damn. Okay, well, 900 is pretty good. Very close. I thought we could get 1,000 though, somewhere during the middle. I thought we could have gotten 1,000, but the second half was not as good as the first half. But it was still decent. It was pretty good. Takazok, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. All right. Let's do this one real quick. All right, we got a low level, not dark, not warrior, not exceed, low attack, low defense, old card. Let me see. What do we take? You know, just because it appeared in the thing, let's use Agent Earth. Where are you? There's a lot of cards called Earth. Okay, it's a level 3. It's a level 3. It's not a tuner. It's very old. It's got more than 1,000 attack and less than 800 defense. What's the stats on junk forward? Not working. Okay. I'm trying to think of like a level 3 earth monster. Maybe fire. It could be fire, wind, water too, of course, but I think there's more earth monsters out there. but I'm not sure. Dandelion is too small for it. Air Bellum, it's not a tuner. There is like is there a koala level 3? No, only Desk Koala, but that's dark. Girgianos I think are from 2011, 2012. Yeah, it can't be Girgiano. Panda, it could be one of the pandas if there is a level 3 panda. No, nope, not a bad idea though. Yeah, is there a volcanic maybe? Volcanic counter. Come on, man. This happened literally yesterday that I just had the stats, but okay, it's a level 3 effect monster, 1200 attack, 600 defense from 2007, but it's not freaking Volcanic Blaster. And it's not a fire, not a pyro. God damn, dude. Morphtronic? No, it's not a fire pyro. Datatron is a fire pyro? Why? Genex? Is Genex 2007? No, 2010. Oh. Marauding is too old. I was looking if there was a retrain. A Roid? 2007. Venom Snake? That's probably it. Oh yeah, there is no way I was ever gonna get that. Never was I gonna get that. Holy shit. I mean, I don't even know if I've seen this card before. I mean, I probably have, but what the hell? Once per turn, you can place a Venom counter on one monster your opponent controls. If you activate this effect, this card cannot attack during this turn. God damn. Okay, well, you probably looked that up, but I'm not mad because I was gonna sit here forever and not find it, so it's fine. All good. All right. It was in Tactical Evolution? Yeah, so I probably opened it back in the day as a kid, but I didn't remember it because it's complete garbo, right? Custom card? Yeah. Complete custom card. All right, did we have any new cards? I don't think we did, right? Let me quickly check the organization. No, we didn't have any new cards. Okay. All right, no new cards. No new cards. So nothing we have to do other than just dive into the content today. Can we get Venom support? I mean, you can. What do you want to do with it though? You're gonna play those old ass cards? Okay. Will you react to the Ruxin series? Oh yeah, I already have it open in the back. You already know what we're gonna do for lunch break today. You already know we're gonna be watching the new Guess the Price thingy. It's been a while since these happened. I was very happy to see that they are back now. We're gonna watch Guess the Price later. Surely that's gonna be fun. Okay, so the plan for today is relatively simple, but at the same time relatively, like, you know, open, because I thought it would be cool if we go through the process of, you know, building a deck for regionals together, because I have regionals this upcoming Sunday, and we're kind of in this weird spot where like the format right now is interesting because we just got a ban list, right? We just got the January 1st ban list. It is in effect. This is the first weekend with the new ban list. And the cam isn't centered, right? Yeah, it's the first weekend with the new ban list. At the same time, the format is, I don't want to say not interesting, but it's not gonna last long. It's kind of like a in the middle waiting room kind of format, because Maze of Millennia is releasing in what, 2 weeks? I think it's today in 2 weeks. And that's gonna drop, obviously that's gonna drop Bonfire and Transaction Rollback, and that kind of stuff. So that's already a huge addition to the format. But then, of course, the more important thing on the horizon already is Phantom Nightmare, right? The next core set. So, like, we're in this weird situation where everything that happens now, and I have 2 relatively big regionals coming up. I'm going to be playing the German Open this weekend, which has, I think, sold out of 600 tickets, which is kind of crazy for, I mean, we've had big regionals in Germany occasionally, but you know, one is happening this upcoming weekend. 600 people expected at the German Open, so I'm kind of looking forward to that. And then I'm also going to be playing the regional in Frankfurt the week after, which I don't know how many tickets they had, but it's also probably going to be relatively big, right? It's like, I'm guessing like 300, 400, 500. I don't know exactly where it's being held, like what the venue capacity is and so on and so forth. But 400, okay, sold out with 400. Okay, so 2 pretty big regionals for German standards coming up, and both of them are in this kind of weird format where you know, it's new ban list, so that's interesting, but it doesn't have all the new sets yet. All the new stuff is not here yet. So while I am excited for it, I'm kind of leaning more towards just taking something a little bit more experimental to it, and I also don't really mind just building it on stream and doing it together and sharing my list and all that, because it's not really the time to be super, you know, to be hiding your ideas or anything like that, because, you know, the format is going to change massively in the upcoming weeks anyways, right? So yeah, I have a couple of ideas, and I want to just go through the process today together of, you know, deciding what I play and maybe even building it. I don't know if we can finish the entire build. I might make some changes like on Friday or Saturday leading up to the regional, of course, like finishing like the side deck or something like that. I don't know if we have enough time to do all that today, because I haven't even decided on a deck quite yet. One option that's in my head, and that's one thing that we're going to do, and I'm probably going to start with, is I want to update my Bystial Runick list from YCS Bologna. Now, I don't think that's going to take too long, because I already have thought about what I want to change a little bit, and I also have talked about some of the changes already, so it's not going to take super long to update the Bystial Runick deck. But I do think that's an option that I could take. There's other things I want to look at, though. I have a couple things that I want to consider for the thing. Like I kind of want to, you know, shocker, I kind of want to play Runick. I kind of want to play Runick because it's looking all right for the current format. I kind of like it. I kind of like it because the only deck, or like one of the decks, well, I like it for some matchups. Like I like it against Labyrinth, because Labyrinth is one of the decks that got hit the least by the ban list, so I kind of like that about Runick decks. One thing that I am worried about is, or like rather 2 things that I'm worried about, is the fact that Mannadium is relatively, is probably the strongest combo deck right now, and it didn't get hit at all on the ban list, right? And so I do expect some people to show up with Mannadium, and I think Mannadium is a tough matchup for Runicks, because if you go second, you know, you're probably lost, and even if you go first, sometimes they might stop you from doing anything. So that's or like they might be able to break your board. So I do kind of think we have to respect Mannadium in deck building as well, and that would be one thing that's bad for Runicks. But honestly, I'm not gonna make the fact that Mannadium exists stop me from playing Runicks. I don't think. Other decks that I have and that I think are cool. I have Fire Kings. But I honestly don't think it's I don't know. It's good. It's good, but I don't find it quite as enjoyable until we get the Phantom Nightmare stuff. It's not, I don't know. It's cool. It's cool, but not quite yet. But yeah, and then I have Vanquish Soul, of course. I could play Vanquish Soul. I have Lab, but I also kind of don't want to play Lab before Transaction Rollback comes out. But those kind of things are something I have, theoretically. I have the option to play those. But I wanted to, after we update the Bystial Runick list, I was gonna try something more experimental, because I have been made aware, people have been sending me a deck profile over and over, asking me for my opinion and so on and so forth. And so I think that's something I want to look at, which is Runick Snake Eye. And I personally think the Snake Eye cards are hella cool. I'm really looking forward to playing with the Snake Eye cards, and I'm not sure if the deck is good enough before Phantom Nightmare, but I mean, how are you going to find out other than trying it? And I'm willing to try it, you know. So that's one thing we're going to look into today, is Runick Snake Eye. What's your end board? It basically just does a lot of synchro stuff. It does a lot of synchro stuff with Jet Synchron. You just like you get access to Jet Synchron with like Snake Eye Ash or the Sinful Spoil spell, and then you can revive it with Snake Eye. What is the Oak? You bring it back and you get multiple uses out of it. You make like Formula Synchron to draw a card with it and so on. And then you can, I'm pretty sure you can even do some cool stuff, like you can place Formula Synchron in your spell and Trap Zone with Flamberge Dragon, and then summon it out on your opponent's turn, and then make a Baron with it and Flamberge, and then Flamberge floats into 2 from the grave on the opponent's turn, so on and so forth. I think there's some cool stuff you can do with Snake Eye Runick. Pure Snake Eye does that too. Yeah. I feel like just adding the two together isn't the worst idea ever, because you can even do some, in my mind, you can do some cool things, like you can use Fountain to draw cards, and then you can send the Fountain for one of the Snake Eye effects, right? Because you go like, okay, Ash effect, send itself and Fountain to summon another from the deck, and then you have the Fountain in the graveyard, so you can go Gary to bring it back. And then activate it again and do cute things like that, you know, kind of cute shit, you know. I feel like there's some stuff there. And then one other deck that I've been very passionate about that I've never actually brought to a tournament is just general, we've played it in Master Duel a decent amount back in the day, is like Runick Synchro, you know, the kind of where you just play, like you play a lot of Runicks and a lot of tuners that have synergy, and you just go at, like, you know, Hyper Liberian, Cupid Pitch, that kind of stuff with like Assault Synchron. We've played it with Assault Synchron in Master Duel, and it's gotten a couple of cute new tools in the TCG as well, like the Resonators I think are pretty good, like Vision Resonator, because it's a level 2 tuner that you can discard for Hugin, and it fetches Crimson Gaia, and then Crimson Gaia fetches you another tuner. That kind of stuff, man. I don't know. I think we're just gonna do a whole lot of messing around with different Runick ideas today, which in my opinion sounds glorious. D-Patch, thank you for the 2 months, and Tim Schmidt, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the 10. I mean, appreciate that. Yeah, so I don't know. This is now something where I have actually set up a different top cam. Let me quickly see if it works. I've set up a different way to do it, because I kind of think it's cooler to do this sort of stuff with real cards rather than with like just doing it on DB. So you guys just need to let me know if this works, in terms of like if this looks good, if you can see the cards clear. I think it's fine. I spent some time yesterday setting it up because the stuff arrived yesterday. But it feels like it looks good. I feel like you guys can see what's going on, you know. So I think we could just do it like this. So I just need to figure out where I put my mic. I guess you can see it in the bottom left. That's not too bad. So this is, I haven't even unsleeved it, but this is just my the Runick Bystial deck from Bologna. Like, legitimately haven't really touched it since. It's been sitting in the box. So the first thing I want to do, because this is something I often do. I don't know if other people do it, but whenever I'm trying to figure out a deck for a tournament, I really like to have a quote-unquote backup strategy that I feel comfortable with, you know, something that allows me basically something that allows me to just go, okay, I can now spend time experimenting with other stuff, and if that stuff doesn't work out, I can just go back to whatever was my, you know, the basically plan B, right? So I kind of like to do that in a lot of different situations where I'm just like, okay, I want to figure out one deck in the format that I like, and then maybe you never even play it during the format. Like, for example, for majority of last format, that deck for me was just Unchained, right? Unchained was that deck for me. Unchained was like, I started testing for events, and I was like, okay, if nothing works, if I like nothing, I can just play Unchained, and that's just okay, right? And in reality, I never actually played Unchained, right? I never actually did that. I never went to plan B, right? But still having it in the back of your mind, I think, is good. Like finding one deck that you like. Long story short, this is why we're starting with updating the Runick Bystial deck, because that's going to be my fallback. Like we're going to get experimental later. And if any of that looks good to me, cool, I'm gonna run it. If I like nothing, I'll probably just run the Runick Bystial, you know, and that's why I want to have the list ready just in case. That's something I often do that way, right? Is like I figure out, like, for example, my first thing for Bologna was like I figured out a solid Unchained list. And I was like, okay, if everything else kind of sucks, then I'm just gonna run Unchained, I suppose. And then somehow I ended up playing Runick Bystial. But anyways, yeah, it's just kind of a practice that I like to use. So the one thing I want to do to this deck is I want to add something that we've talked about already in the last couple weeks. I don't remember exactly when we did, but I kind of want to play. I want to play some amount of Ecclesia and Golden Sword Soul. And just in case you weren't here, just in case you were not here when we talked about this, I can show you why I think this is better than the Cartesia, because this is going to replace the Cartesia in the deck. But really quickly, I can showcase why I think that. Okay, so in this deck, beforehand, the way it worked was you played 3 different tuners. Well, Duality also acts as a tuner, but Duality also acts as a tuner, but these are your main tuners. Let's call it that, right? And the way this works is that if you draw Quem is essentially Quem is 2 tuners. And Cartesia is 1 tuner that adds itself, like, it's worth 1 tuner. That adds itself back in the end phase and has the ability to special summons itself if you can get this into the graveyard. And this is always just 1 tuner that you can search with Lubellion. Those are secrets. What, you mean the Quems? You realize that on main deck cards, Secret Rare looks better than Starlight, right? But you're not ready for that. You're not ready for that discussion, I don't think. Anyways. So Quem is worth 2 tuners. Cartesia is worth 1 tuner. Aluber is worth 1 tuner, which is okay. Quem is obviously the best draw out of the 3, and these 2 kind of work. You know, like you'd rather draw these than not drawing a tuner. The idea basically, or like the reason why I thought about cutting the Cartesia is because I realized without playing Grand Guignol, which I'm not going to put Grand Guignol into this deck. I don't think you can. Well, I mean, you can, but I don't think you should, rather, is a better way to put it, because you simply don't get the value out of it that's equal to the number of extra deck slots that you need for it, because Grand Guignol needs, like, it. I think it needs to run Garura and Malong, and if you don't play those 3, then I don't think you get the full value out of Grand Guignol, and I think it's not worth 3 extra deck slots. So long story short, you're using Cartesia just for being a tuner that mentions Albaz that adds itself back in the end phase to hand, right? So That is something that Ecclesia also does, right? So these cards, like whether it's Cartesia or Ecclesia, does not really make a difference. The only difference between these two cards is the condition that lets them special summon themselves, right? Because this one special summons itself when your opponent has more monsters, and this one special summons itself when you have this guy in the graveyard, right? Is the mic peaking? It might be, because I have to put it in a very weird position in order to, because so otherwise it would be here, right? So excuse that. I'm gonna work on the setup more throughout the year, right? But still, the price is the difference. These two are not very expensive, are they? They're both from the mega pack, right? So I don't think that's an issue with those two. I mean, Quem's expensive, but you're gonna play Quem either way. Anyways, the difference is how you special summon these two, right? Like, do you special summon, would you rather have a card that special summons itself when your opponent has more monsters, or you have to get the Owlbear to the graveyard? And I think Ecclesia is easier to special summon, because it's just generically always going to be able to do it when you go second, which I think is just better. And so that was my first thought. My first thought was like, I should have played Ecclesia in Bologna. But the reason I didn't, the reason why I didn't even think about it, was because, of course, I picked the deck up on Friday, or like I decided to play the deck on Friday. And all I did was essentially, I started with the standard list that had 3 Quem, 3 Cartesia, right? And I just took out the Grand Guignol and took out two Cartesias, right? And that was it, right? That was all I did. I didn't even consider taking out the Cartesia completely. But even if you don't want to play the Golden Sword Soul, I think you should still play Ecclesia over Cartesia. The only thing that Cartesia does that Ecclesia doesn't do is it makes your opponent guess whether you play a fusion for this or not, right? Like, let's say you go, you have a Cartesia, you summon a Cartesia, and then you summon Hugin, and your opponent is thinking whether they want to Imperm or Veiler the Hugin. If you have a Cartesia, they have to think about it twice. Maybe they won't do it because they think, hey, you can chain Cartesia anyways to dodge the Imperm or Veiler. I think that was a consideration before Bologna. I think now that the list is out there, and the standard should be that people are not playing the Grand Guignol, I think that's kind of obsolete, right? Thinking one step ahead, I realized, or I don't know if I realized it or if someone in chat said it, I don't remember. Sometimes I do get these ideas from someone on the internet saying it, what do you think about this or whatever. So I realized that if you do something as simple as this, right, you take out the Cartesia for these two, you play a Golden Sword Soul, which Golden Sword Soul is probably a card that most people don't even really know what it does. But there used to be, funnily enough, there used to be a Runick deck that played these 6 when Quem wasn't out yet. People used this version of I think this, we've played it in Master Duel. Do you remember that? We've played this, or at least we've talked about this in Master Duel before Quem came out. We've played a list that played Ecclesia and Golden Sword Soul, because Ecclesia is also, funnily enough, if you play Golden Sword Soul, Ecclesia in Runics is also worth 2 level 4 tuners. Because what Golden Sword Soul does is, it says, if a monster is banished face up, you can banish this card from your field or grave, special summon a light spellcaster from hand or grave whose attack equals its own defense, right? So the idea is, Ecclesia, you summon Ecclesia, normal or special summon, doesn't matter. You tribute it to summon the Golden Sword Soul, which you obviously, Ecclesia summons Sword Soul monsters. So you summon the Golden Sword Soul. You summon Hugin, right? You synchro those two into a level 6. Let it be Coral or Tri-Edge, doesn't really matter. One of the two, right? And then later on, you use a Runick card, a Bystial, whatever, to banish a monster face up. Let's say you use a Bystial on your own Hugin, or like you activate Tip and banish a monster for your opponent. You can now banish the Golden Sword Soul, to bring back the Ecclesia. And that's how Ecclesia turns into 2 tuners relatively, I want to say relatively simply, right? Like it's relatively easy for Ecclesia to be worth 2 tuners in a Runick Bystial deck, right? And the cool thing about this is that if Ecclesia is worth if Ecclesia is worth 2 tuners, that makes Quem now worth 3 tuners, right? Because Quem used to be 2 tuners, but now if Ecclesia is 2 tuners on its own, because Quem summons Ecclesia for free, you get 3 tuners out of it, which makes so basically this lineup, as opposed to this lineup, well, the Bystial Aluber is always there, right? But like this lineup over this lineup is interesting, because now you have a lot better draws in general, because previously it was Quem is 2 tuners, Cartesia is 1 tuner, Aluber is always there, it's always 1 tuner. Now, as opposed to before, we have Ecclesia now fulfills the role of Quem, because this is now 2 tuners. The Golden Sword Soul is pretty much the role of Cartesia, because it's 1 tuner. And then Quem is a card, like, it's ascending to new power levels, essentially, because Quem is now 3 tuners, which you didn't have that kind of card before. Like, you didn't have that power in the deck beforehand. I think it's cool. I think it's not even out of the question that you do something like you play 3 where's Quem? Quem! There you go. You go 3 Quems, and you go 3 Ecclesia with 1 Sword Soul, because, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think you can play too many cards that are 2 tuners, 2 level 4 tuners in the Bystial Runick deck. I think it'd be okay. I don't think you would ever play more than 1 of this, to be honest. I don't think you would play more than 1 Golden Sword Soul, because it's kind of just like an engine requirement, and even if you draw it and one of the others, I don't think it's the end of the world. You can just discard the Golden Sword Soul and then just like not tribute off the Ecclesia. That'd be okay. I don't think you would ever be incentivized to play more than 1 Golden Sword Soul. Of course, this kind of ratio is 3 more cards than before, so that would require you to cut the duality, which is something I'm not sure if I want to do it yet. Basically, I'm not sure if I want to do this, because you could. It's not like this card is uncuttable, but you would have to. You would have to cut duality if you wanted to do this, right? But it's possible to do. It's possible to do 2 Ecclesia, 1 Ecclesia, 1 Golden Sword Soul, and still play dualities. This is possible. I don't think you want to be going over 40, because you still want to be able to see your. You want to see your Quem, your Lubellion, that kind of stuff, right? There is one other thing that I wanted to show with those cards that was a cool combo. I've shown it on DB before. I just need to quickly find my Legatia. Where did I put my Centurion deck? Somewhere. This is my Centurion deck. This is my Centurion deck. Because one card we are gonna play for sure is we're gonna add Legatia to this. Hold up. Wasn't duality the reason to not play the Cartesia? At that point, isn't it better to go back to Cartesia without duality? Not quite, because the extra deck is, well, you are partially correct. Duality was part of the reason why I couldn't play the Cartesia, right? Because the extra deck was this. And 2 of those cards are in here because of duality, right? These 2. But like I said earlier, I believe that Cartesia requires you to play 3 extra deck monsters. It's Grand Guignol, Malong, and Garura, which is 3. And even if you cut those 2, I don't think the others are cuttable for the 3rd whatever, right? And so, like, and Lulu Lilith too, kind of, right? We kind of wanted to play Lulu Lilith as well. So it's like 3 to 4 slots that I don't think, like, yeah, you know, it's so much utility that you lose though in order to have a Grand Guignol. Like, one Grand Guignol is one option. It's one option, but it takes 4 extra deck slots. I just don't think it's worth how often it comes up, right? Yeah. So anyways, one card that I also should have played at YCS Bologna was this dude. I realized during the tournament, which is why usually I like to test decks a little bit more before bringing them to a YCS than what I did before Bologna. But I mean, thankfully it worked out. One thing that happened a fair amount was that I found myself in a situation where I had a level 4 tuner and a Bystial, right? Let's say like this, right? And I really wanted to bring back my Lubellion from the graveyard, right? I really wanted to, but if I did, I didn't have a great thing to turn these two into, right? So basically I had to decide between making a synchro here and not getting regained, which is a super important card, or just doing this, getting regained, but then not really doing anything with these two, right? Because I mean, yeah, you can make SP, but then sometimes I already even had SP up here from previously, and then which also stopped me from summoning another Runick to whatever, you know. So I think this deck wants a level 12 synchro, right? I think this deck wants a level 12 synchro regardless, and that's why I wanted to play Legacia, right? But let me show you really quickly what I think is, it's not too unrealistic. It's a good hand, of course, but like one thing that's I think pretty neat about this new version is if you open a hand like this, it also works. I mean, it doesn't need to be Lubellion, but it's the easiest way to showcase it. This would be the ideal opener. And the way you would do this is now with the new Ecclesia and Golden Sword Soul. You go Quem, you pitch Ecclesia, you go Freezing Curses, you summon Hugin, right? You have 2 other cards in hand. Let me use these 2, right? So you have 2 other cards in hand next to your Lubellion. You're gonna discard 1 for Hugin. You're gonna grab your Fountain, and the Quem is gonna chain block the Hugin and bring back the Ecclesia, right? You're now gonna use the Ecclesia to summon the Golden Sword Soul. You're gonna synchro these 2 into, I believe it was Tri-Edge. It's been a while since I've done this. Okay, Tri-Edge draws you a card. And this combo doesn't even need a second Runick, but if you have a second Runick, it gets infinitely better, of course, right? But whether you activate the Fountain or not is not really relevant in this scenario. If your opponent has a Nibiru, they would probably have to Nibiru you now, because otherwise you just make you're gonna just make what's it called? Baron. You're gonna use the Lubellion. In this situation, you would grab Magna. You're gonna go Magna to banish. What do you banish? Does it matter here? It's been a while since I've thought about these combos. And where is my Magna? Oh yeah, here it is. I think you banish Quem. Or was it Tri-Edge? Banished Tri-Edge. Okay. So here, because a monster has been banished face up, it doesn't need to be a monster from the field. You can trigger the Golden Sword Soul to bring back Quem or Ecclesia, right? But how did we make... we made Dispatter in this combo as well. Was this supposed to be Dispat? No, it couldn't be Dispatter. Oh, right. No, we just make Dispatter here. Never mind. Yeah, of course. We make Dispatter here. and we bring back the Golden Sword Soul, which is cool because the Golden Sword Soul is now back in rotation. It goes back to the graveyard, which means on the opponent's turn, you get to do it again to bring back a Quem or something like that. What you do now is you bring back the Lubellion by tributing the Dispatter, and then you place Regained from the deck with the Dispatter, and then if you just make Legacia here, where did I put Legacia? Legacia goes here. You draw a card as well, right? And then in the end phase, the Ecclesia goes back and you get a search for the Magnamut in this situation, because we had Lubellion, right? So you get to like search this. Which is a very strong opener, considering that if any of these other cards, right, we've discarded one earlier, if any of these 4 cards is another Runick, it's you go completely bonkers, right? Like we haven't drawn with Fountain, remind you, right? Would it be better to banish Quem from the grave so you can recycle Triage with Regained later? The reason I think you keep Quem is because it's you can summon it with the Golden Sword Soul now. You can summon it with the Golden Sword Soul on your opponent's turn. Like once I use this Bystial, or once a card gets banished by a Runick, I can use Golden Sword Soul to bring back Quem on the opponent's turn, which is cool because it just gives your opponent more stuff they have to worry about. And also these guys are protected by the Legacia. They can't be destroyed by battle. They can't be destroyed by battle because Legacia says monsters with 2000 or less attack can't be destroyed by battle. So like you summon the Quem on your opponent's turn from your deck. You can send another Ecclesia, or you can send the Bystial Aluber, whatever, right? Once your opponent summons something from the extra deck, this also brings back the Aluber. Once they summon, you bring back this pattern, all that kind of stuff, right? So, you know, and you can use this pattern to put back the Triage into your extra deck. So I think this version of the deck is literally straight up better than what I played at Bologna. I think it's straight up, I think it's just better. I think it is a strictly better version of the deck. Which is cool, you know, it's cool to discover these kind of things after playing a deck. Even if it was able to perform beforehand, obviously, I think you can make it better. So the question then becomes, let me spread out the deck. The question becomes, what do we adjust? Like, how do we fit those new cards for the, because the format has also changed, right? The format is different from Bologna, so we have to think about that as well when we make changes to the deck, right? Because we might have to overthink our like non-engine, our immense amount of non-engine slots, which is exactly 3 Ash Blossoms, is something that we could reconsider. Hold up. Okay, so let me make sure you guys can see everything. All right, then we had 3 ashes. And then all these. One thing I don't want to do right off the bat is I don't think I want to cut any Runicks. If anything, and it's hard to do, but if anything, I would like to play more Runicks. And I always say this. I always catch myself saying this. When I play a Runick deck, is like, I wish I had more. I wish I had more, because it's just like the only thing that's really bad for this deck, which is, I mean, it's the same for every runic deck. The only thing that's really bad for runic decks is drawing no runics. Like, I think there is no such thing. I mean, of course, drawing 5 runics isn't the best thing in the world, but even those hands theoretically play the game, right? I mean, the ones with 5 runics are only weak to your opponent's hand traps more, but it's like if your opponent doesn't have a hand trap, drawing 5 runics is completely fine. It's just... So the cards I want to fit, basically, is at least 2, at least 1 Ecclesia, 1 Golden Sword Soul. But ideally, I really think I would want to play more Ecclesias. I think this is good. I think this is a good version if you play more copies of Ecclesia. Because like I said earlier, I think now Quem is 3 tuners, Ecclesia is basically as good as Quem was before. So I think it's I think it's kind of a no-brainer that you want to be playing multiple copies of Ecclesia. Especially because Ecclesia is even better than Cartesia, because Ecclesia plus a Bystial is actually a fine combo. It's not insane or anything, but like you can go Ecclesia, tribute it, summon the Golden Sword Soul, and then you have a target for your Bystial to banish, right? Which is fine, right? And it's good going second, because you can just special summon it into a board and it forces interaction. So I kind of want to be playing 3 Ecclesias and 1 Golden Sword. So ideally, right? Ideally. Now, obviously, we're going to cut Cartesia. We're going to cut Cartesia, which is fine. That's an easy one. Another one that would be easy is the Serenir. I think the Serenir is cuttable. Like I said in my YCS Bologna deck profile, the Serenir was kind of just like card number 40, because I was looking at this deck. This was my list, right? Now I screwed it up. Okay, this was my list for Bologna, and then I was like, okay, what's card number 40 gonna be, right? What is card number 40 gonna be? And I decided I'm just gonna play 1 more Bystial to lean more into the strength of the deck, to be like, you know, I'm gonna have an even better matchup against Tearlament, Unchained, by putting an extra Serenir in. Now, that means cutting the Serenir is possible, but for that, we have to think about what we expect from the metagame, essentially, for YCS, not YCS, for like post-ban list, right? Like, are we gonna want Bystials in our deck? Or are the Bystials more like an engine requirement? Because the real reason why we play Bystials in the Runic deck is this card down here. It's not because Bystials are this good in the format. It's more like Branded Regained is what we want, right? Branded Regained really is what we want. Which makes me think we don't have to go super high on the Bystial count for the regional. So cutting Bystials is possible. It's an option. However, I'm not sure if Serenir is the way to go. Because I kind of like drawing Serenir over other Bystials sometimes. I mean, Magnamoot's obviously the best one usually, but like Serenir kind of helps you to get to Regained, right? Because if you have, like, let's say you have a level 4 tuner and Serenir, what you can do is you can simply either you discard the Serenir to send the Lubellion and then somehow bring the Lubellion back, or you just summon the Serenir, make it this pattern. Serenir sends Lubellion, this pattern revives whatever you banished with Serenir, and then you go, then your Lubellion can place Regained, and you make Legacia with the Lubellion, yada yada, right? You know what I'm saying. So in that sense, I kind of like the Serenir. I kind of like that Serenir gives me access to Lubellion in some hands that don't have it, right? Because you do want Lubellion every time. So I'm thinking maybe it's Baldrake. I don't remember many times that I would actually use Baldrake's effect in at the YCS, right? It's like maybe it is better to play more Serenirs than to actually play the Baldrake. Of course, sometimes Baldrake is a nice Magnamoot search, right? Sometimes searching Baldrake with Magnamoot is really nice. because it gives you another layer of interruption. Because if you don't play Branded Beast, which I don't, and I'm not going to, just getting that out of my system right away. If you don't play Branded Beast, Druid Swarm is not as easy to turn into a disruption, right? Like, I have no way of getting the Druid Swarm off the field on my opponent's turn, right? I'm not gonna play Cartesia to fuse with it. I don't play Branded Beast to tribute it. I don't play Masquerena to link with it. I have no way to turn Druid Swarm into a defensive card on my opponent's turn. The only thing that Druid Swarm does is it makes it harder for them to kill me, because at some point they have to run over the Druid Swarm probably, and then it sends something, right? So I do like Druid Swarm. I do, but I'm not sure which one's better between Druid Swarm and Baldrake. And I'm gonna be honest, a thought that just crossed my mind is you could just play 3 Serenir, 1 Magna, and then cut both of these. I don't know if that makes the Bystials like too like not strong enough, especially because then you don't play, like, if you already have Serenir, you can't search a different Bystial with Magnamute. I don't know if I like that. We've talked about the mic a dozen times. I think it's fine. It has to be okay for today. I don't have a way to fix it right now. I listened to it yesterday, and I think it sounds fine, but people have been complaining all day, so I'm gonna go back in and look at it, but I can't do it right now. It might be different, but I don't think it's bad. Okay, so what have we talked about? Cartesia is gonna be cut. Baldrake, Druid Swarm, and Serenir are slots to think about. We're going to be playing some amount of Bystials. I don't know exactly what that amount is going to be. I don't know if it's going to be, if we're going to stay with 5. I don't know if we go down to 4. I'm not sure yet, but it is a consideration. So these 3 are kind of like up in the air. I have noticed myself I sided out 1 Branded Regained almost every time at YCS Bologna. Almost every time I would side 1 out, and it was usually fine. The only thing that makes me want to keep playing 2 Regained is that the card is massively important for the grind game of this deck. And you don't always have access to Lubellion. So one thing I realized also at YCS Bologna is almost every time when I just drew this card, it was completely fine. Like, I liked drawing it, actually. Like, it was not a bad draw, because I would just, like, there was so many times where I just activated this thing first action, and then literally 10 seconds later, it replaces itself anyways, because you go activate a Bystial, or activate a Runick, banish a light or a dark from your opponent's deck. Like, even if your opponent's deck is not mainly light or dark, there was so many times where I banished a Nibiru against Rescue Ace, or like an Effect Veiler against another deck like that. Like, it was just like a lot of like that. Isn't the Reborn a soft once per turn? It is, but I'm gonna be honest with you, the fact that you can revive 2 Bystials if you have 2 regains is the smallest reason to play multiples. Like, it's the recycling is like 99% of the reason why this card is good, is the recycling and drawing cards. Summoning back from the graveyard is just like 1% of the work, right? That it does, right? Like, basically, this card has been so good for me that I've even been thinking about playing it in other versions of Runick that don't even have Bystials, because of how often I would banish my opponent's stuff. But like, you can't recycle much with it in them. But like, I'm leaning towards keeping it at 2, but it could be cut, right? Which leaves us with 2 other cards to talk about, or rather 3, looking at it. We've talked about Cartesia, we've talked about the Bystials, we've talked about Regained. Let's talk about Aluber. Aluber, I think it should stay. it's not a 100%, you know, it has to stay, otherwise you're making a huge mistake if you don't play it. I think it should, though. I think it should stay because the biggest, the second biggest issue of this deck, after not drawing a single runic, is that if you draw runics and even bestials, you know, not drawing a tuner is a massive problem. Now we can counteract it. Like, we could up the number of tuners if we play, of course, if we add all 4 of these, potentially we could end up with more tuners than before. So we could kind of, because right now the number of tuners in this deck, discounting Ash Blossom, because Ash Blossom doesn't have the levels to synchro with it at all. The number of tuners or cards that access us a tuner was 3, 6, 11. 11 tuners, and then going second, I suppose you can count Magnamoot, because if we have Magnamoot going second, we can search Lubellion to grab the Aluber. So going first, we have 11 tuners. Going second, we have 12. Which, I'm gonna be honest with you, that's like right on the edge of not enough. Right? That is like almost not enough. It's barely enough, rather. It's barely enough to consistently see a tuner. Because the thing is, like, if you don't draw a tuner, chances are you have multiple runics, so you can try the Resolve a Fountain to draw a tuner then, but still, it's like barely there, right? So if we cut the Bystial Aluber, all of a sudden, this is not a tuner anymore. These are not tuners anymore. So we're down to 7. We cut this, we're down to 6. Even if we add all these, we're up to 10, which is still less than before. This is still less tuners than before, even though we've just added 4 tuners into the deck and removed 2. We have gone lower on the amount of tuners, you know? Like, somehow 2 is bigger than 4, which is, of course, Ecclesia is a higher quality tuner than these 2, because it gives you multiple bodies. But still, if you don't see a single tuner, you don't gain anything from having higher quality tuners in your deck somewhere if you can't find them, you know? So I believe I think the Aluber should stay, just so that you have this increased number of tuners in the deck, right? Which leaves us to discuss another card, which is Duality. Duality is I feel like it's a rather controversial card, at least from what I've seen people discuss about this deck after the YCS. People have been relatively back and forth on this card. Some people have been finding the stuff you summon from the extra deck just underwhelming. Like, people have been saying, like, yeah, summoning a Fabled Unicorn or Alvain is not impactful enough, you know, that's why I'm not gonna use Duality. I'm gonna be honest, the reason to play Duality was never the fact that what you summon is super strong. Like, it's just like, you know, you're summoning a vanilla tuner with it. It's not amazing for that. The main reason why I liked it was, well, the main reason why I liked it was because you can recycle. The recycling was the biggest part for me by far at the YCS. It was not the fact that you can, like, summon a cool thing from the extra deck. It's mostly about its graveyard effect. Like, the fact that, you know, you can't always have access to Regained, and the Regain also only recycles 1 card per turn, right? And then you can't even always recycle your own cards. You know, sometimes you have to shuffle in your opponent's card because you have to use a Bystial on your opponent's Dark. You know, sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you want to SP Little Knight, banish your opponent's Light or Dark, and shuffle that back into the deck, right? Like, so you're not always free to use Regained on your own runic monsters, right? And so it was just a massive deal for me to be able to not only recycle 1, but both of my key runic fusions with Duality. Like, 1 Duality, whether I use it or whether I discard it for Hugin, doesn't really matter. It just recycles both of these. And, like, recycling the Hugin, you play a second one, so that's not as crucial. You know, you don't always go through both Hugins on the first turn. You sometimes do, but, like, not always. But Gary is something you only play 1 copy of. So if that's gone, it's gone, right? And so, like, you have to be able to recycle these. Otherwise, you just run out of steam. I feel like way too quickly. And then just the fact that it draws you more cards, the fact that it's a good discard for Hugin as well, right? The fact that it lets you dodge Imperma Veiler, which does come up. I think that that's what made the card good. It's not because what you can summon is insane with it. That being said, only because a card is good and has its uses doesn't mean it's completely uncuttable. I do think it's worth considering taking out some amount of dualities for the Ecclesias, right? I don't think that's completely out of the question. I think that is something we could decide to do in order to fit this other stuff. If we do, though, there's two things I want to mention when we cut down on dualities. The first thing is that I think if we cut down on dualities, we have to make sure we see regained more consistently. So a way to achieve that would be we probably keep 2 regained in the deck, and we probably also keep the Sereneers, maybe even add a 3rd Sereneer, because that would help us make up for not drawing duality, right? So that's one thing I wanted to note. The other thing I want to note is that if we go lower on duality, well, I'm gonna cut the Fabled Unicorn regardless of whether we keep playing duality. That's the first thing I want to say. Currently, the card from the extra deck that I think is the most cuttable is the Fabled Unicorn, simply because it doesn't come up as often. So I'm gonna replace that with a Legacia regardless. Like that's already gonna happen. So even if we play duality, it's only gonna be for Alvain pretty much. If you go lower on duality, like let's say we cut 1 or 2 dualities, right? I'm not sure if this is something I like, because the only reason we have Alvain in our extra deck is for duality, obviously, right? So if we don't draw duality, the Alvain is a completely useless card in our extra deck that we just don't have access to, right? And so I think with 3 duality, I thought it was worth it to have that slot in the extra deck, right? Whereas, like, if you only play 1 or 2, this only comes up very rarely, because sometimes, even if you draw duality, you don't always make Alvain. Sometimes you just discard it, right? And so, like, I don't know if 1 or 2 duality justifies running the Alvain in the extra deck, because if I just, let's say I decide to play 1 duality with 1 Alvain in the extra, I could just play a different card and have a completely free extra deck slot for whatever I wanted, right? So I think where my head is at is that I think I would still play duality if I can, but I would not go lower than 2, because I think if you only play 1 copy of duality, I think it's way too hard to justify having an extra deck slot for a 1-of card in your deck. Jane, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate that. Thank you for the amazing support as always. Thank you. So, just to recap a little bit, we're gonna cut Fabled Unicorn for Legacia. We're gonna add at least 1 Golden Sword Soul and 1 Ecclesia to the deck. Maybe more Ecclesias. I'm leaning towards wanting more Ecclesias. So these cards want in on the deck. And other cards that want in, I kind of want to play, you know, more Runics. More Runics would be nice. More Runics would be nice if I could. This card is going to leave the deck probably. I mean, this card is going to leave the deck. These cards are going to stay. This card is kind of on the verge. We're going to talk about Ash. This card is kind of on the verge. The Aluber is probably going to stay. And we have to reconsider the Bystial package. Just play 60. No, this is one of those decks where I believe you just have to play 40 cards. I think your deck is better at 40 because you just see the more... There are cards in this deck. Like, this deck is relatively consistent, but there are 100% cards that are way better than other cards. Like, it's way better to draw Quem than to draw a different tuner. It's way better to draw Lubellion than any other Bystial card. It's way better to draw Tip than any other Runic card. Like, it's there's a massive difference in quality between some cards in the deck than others, right? And so like I don't think this deck should be going over 40 at all. Especially because the deck doesn't even play any cards you really don't want to draw. I mean, like, Aluber isn't the best draw in the world, but that's about it. Like, that's the one card, and even that one's fine, because you can either, if you don't have a tuner, drawing Aluber is good. I'm better than no tuner. And if you already have a tuner, you just pitch it for Hugin, and it's in the graveyard, it's just vibing there, you know, you can revive it with Quem, whatever, you know, it's fine. So, it's a Bystial target and all that. I think it's completely okay for this one card to be in here, and everything else is just gas. So like I don't think you want to like go over 40 at all. Yeah. I'd be okay. I would be okay with just cutting duality completely. Hear me out. I like the card, but at the same time, I have never played the I've never played the deck without it, in a sense, like, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, we've played it a little bit on Master Duel without it, and it was actually okay. What I'm thinking is that if I cut duality, just to try how it feels without the card, right? Just to try how it feels without the card, I would get we're getting 2 extra deck slots. One of them is Legacia. And if I'm so worried about recycling Giri or Hugin, I could play an extra copy of those if I wanted to, right? Like, I could do that. So it's not like we would be so reliant on recycling if I just played 2 Hugin, 2 Giris. That would be possible. Because I don't think anything else is really needed in the extra deck. I think the extra deck is completely fine as it is, you know, with the 4 level 10s, the 2 level 6s, the Scarlight and these 2, and the Runick. Like, I don't think this is... there's nothing really I'm missing in this deck outside of the Legacia. There's nothing in the extra deck that I feel like needs to be there. Everything that I was missing... was mostly because of duality, right? Like, because of duality, I was thinking to myself sometimes, hey, I want to have Malong in there, you know, because Bystial into Malong could actually be a nice play with duality. But because, like, if we cut duality, we don't have that problem anymore. Cutting duality opens space for non-engine. Well, I mean, somewhat, but not really, because if I cut duality, I'm going to be adding, though, basically it would be possible to just swap this, right? These 4 for these 4, which, because we take out 4 tuners, we add back 4 tuners, we have the same number of tuner axes as before, right? It's like, we're not really adding non-engine, right? And I don't think we can. If we cut duality completely, we have to add more tuners. Thoughts on instant fusion? Could be a Hugin or Alvain and can summon to main monster zone. Could be Hugin or Alvain. I mean, it's a one-off card. You could consider it if you play duality already. If you don't play duality, I don't think it's good enough. Hear me out. Cut 1 Bystial, 1 Cartesia, 1 duality, put 1 Golden Sword Soul, 2 Ecclesia. I mean, we don't need triple Ecclesia. You are right about that. We don't, it's not something we have to do. We don't have to play triple Ecclesia. And I will say, to look at it from a different perspective, the only times I was ever annoyed by duality was when you draw multiples of it, because that's sometimes when it becomes hard to use, right? Like, for example, there was a feature match where I opened, it was an incredibly unlikely hand, but I opened, like, what was it, only Bystials and duality, and then I drew another duality the next turn, something like this, right? So it was like, it was an incredibly unlikely hand, but I mean, even those happen sometimes. If you cut duality entirely, you get room in the extra for second Typhon, which is nice. I don't think second Typhon is not going to enter this deck ever. You don't need 2 Typhons. You don't need 2 Typhons. That's not a thing. So that being said, I am tempted. I am kind of tempted to leave some amount of dualities in the deck. If I have to be honest, I would say cutting the Fabled Unicorn and then just playing 1 Alvain with 2 dualities and adding the Legatia for the Unicorn is a fine move to do. The only thing with that, of course, is it's harder to fit the Ecclesias then, which I do want to try, right? Why don't you play any pod at all? Which pod do you want to play in this deck? I don't think there is a pod you can play. I don't think this deck can play Pod of Desires. That's madness. Ever considered Super Poly? I think Super Poly requires too much extra deck space for this deck. I mean, one way you can do it is you can just play 1. We would already be done if we just wanted to play 1 Golden Sword Soul, 1 Ecclesia. We could just cut 1 Duality, 1 Cartesia for that, and then we would be done, right? We could rethink our non-engine and the Branded Regained and the Sereneers, or whatever. We could still think about it, but theoretically we would be done now, right? If we did this 2 versus 2, that would work. This would work. Will this deck be viable in Fire King format? I mean, the Bystials aren't good against Fire King. But other than that, like, I would say Runicks in general are okay against Fire King. Especially Runick Destruction is a really good defensive card against Fire King because you can kill Sanctuary when they activate it. Like, if you go first and you have a Destruction in hand at the end of your turn, it's very hard for Fire King to play through it. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's hard. Because... you know, Cosmic and Soul Release. I don't think Soul Release is a big threat to this deck. I think Cosmic is always good against Runick, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's another thing, right? That's another thing that I want to find out basically at the regional is how many people are now going to be prepared for Runick, because Runick was a thing that wasn't really on people's radar. I want to say before Bologna, but like it's probably there now. It's probably on the radar. The cool thing about this deck against Cosmic is that it kind of puts up 2 major threats that they want to Cosmic Cyclone in Branded Regained and Runic Fountain. Like, both of these are incredibly powerful tools that your opponent wants to Cosmic Cyclone. They can't Cosmic Cyclone both of them with 1 Cosmic, so that helps, I think. Some will try Runic Orchis for sure. See, I've thought about Runic Orchis, but in my head I just don't quite see how it makes sense, right? Runic cards are selling a lot in these days. Oh yeah, I saw that. Hold up, did you guys see this? Hold up, we won. Hold up, I'll show you. We won. Look at this. Look at the top sellers. Runic Tip, Hugin, Runic Fountain, Bystial, Lubellion. We are out here. which is cool. We are out here. Please unban mine. Thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Check this out for German Open. Hold up. I can't click a link in a sub notification. Hold up. I need to scroll up. What is that? Those are Super Heavy Samurai cards. I'm stopping you right there. I don't even have those cards. Even if I wanted to, I don't have Super Heavy Samurais. But I don't want to play Super Heavy Samurai. I'm not a big fan of it. Okay, so at this point, I think we've established. Can we see? I didn't watch it. I only saw the opening hand, and it had 5 Super Heavy Samurais. No, 4 Super Heavy Samurais and a nib, and then I stopped. Yeah. I think we've established how I would adjust this deck roughly. You know, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I would have to like think about the last 2 to 3 changes, but I'm pretty sure it would look something like this. The only thing that I have to, or like not the only thing, but like one thing I have to think about is whether Ash is still the best non-engine in the deck. Whether, you know, you need Ash, or whether a different non-engine would be better. Or one thing you could do is you could just play more engine. You know, we could fit Duality, triple Ecclesia, and another Runick, no problem, if we decide to not play any non-engine. Which I don't know if it's necessary, but like, I mean, it did feel good, I will say. In Bologna, obviously, it was nice to have Ash. I mean, what are we expecting the format to be is the question, right? For before Maze of Millennia, it's hard because it feels like, in my mind, it feels like everyone is already at Phantom Nightmare with their head, right? Everything I see on YouTube, all the discussions, all the deck profiles, everything I see is like already post Phantom Nightmare. So everyone is already kind of a month ahead with their thoughts. Which makes it a little tough to like predict what people are gonna do right now, right? Like, what are people gonna play for this format right now? Like, what are people gonna do? Because this card is good against Labyrinth. This card is good against other Runick decks if people are gonna do that. You know, Ash is completely fine. That's not a guarantee you are fine, but like it's a good card regardless. It's good against Branded, which is like not super popular, but it exists. It's fine against something like Sprite, but Sprite's usually going to play through it. Of course, you want to be playing hand traps against Vanadium, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Ash is that good against Vanadium, especially in a deck where it's your only quote-unquote hand trap. I think Vanadium kind of laughs at you if you only have Ash. They will probably run you over. It's good if anyone is trying to play some Orchist pile, but I'm gonna be honest with you, if I face Orchist with this deck, I'm not super worried because I have Bystials, and I would rather play more Bystials than Ash against something like Orchist. If someone still decides to play Unchained, you don't need Ash, but it's solid. If someone plays Rescue Ace still, of course, Ash is really good against Rescue Ace now. I mean, it already was good, but it's even better now because they have less chances of opening like Airlifter. So I don't know. I think it's hard to predict what people are going to use, which is usually a good thing for playing Ash, because Ash is like kind of like this thing where like if you don't know what you're going to play against, you know, Ash is just a good choice, right? Just throw in Ash, you know, like you're going to be good against everything. So I would kind of lean towards just playing it and trying to fit the stuff in 37, the other cards. But it would be an option to change Ash for something else. The side deck is something I haven't thought about at all yet, but I'm honestly, where did I put it though? Where is it? Are you my side deck? You are my side deck. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that I'm still gonna be siding Droll and Nib. Because I think I need the most impactful hand traps against something like these are the best hand traps against Vanadium, I think. I'm not super convinced, but I'm pretty sure these are the best you can do if you don't have much room for Vanadium. I mean, Nib alone I don't think is that strong against Vanadium because they can play around it. But I mean, what else are you gonna do? Like one freaking one Imperm is also probably not stopping them. So the other 9 cards, I'm not sure if I'm gonna play anymore. This card, just based off the fact that I almost never used it at Bologna, it seems kind of unnecessary to me. This card, I used it a couple times. Sometimes it was good, sometimes it didn't do that much, but I'm leaning towards taking it out because it's only good against Rescue Ace. It's good against Lab, but Lab is like a relatively easy matchup for this deck. So I'm not sure, quite frankly, on Denko Sekka. I don't even know how popular Rescue Ace is going to be still. I mean, the people are probably still going to play Rescue Ace, aren't they? I feel like people would still play it. So Rescue Ace is still a thing, so we could consider... We need something for Rescue Ace. Going second against Rescue Ace is painful with this deck. It's hard. It's hard. And then Phantasme... Phantasme is a card I would love to play. Phantasme is a card I would love to keep in this deck. It was phenomenal for me at YCS Bologna. I'm just wondering if it's good enough against enough decks. Like, are there enough decks where Phantasme does something? Because Unchained was kind of like one of the big things for Phantasme. Unchained was like the best matchup to put Phantasme in against. It's still good against Rescue Ace, I'm pretty sure. Like if Rescue Ace starts comboing. Can you show us some siding patterns? I can show you some siding patterns in a bit, yeah. But yeah, I can only show you the siding patterns with the old list, and then you kind of have to adapt. I can explain to you how I decided what to side in and out, and then you would kind of have to adapt for if you change the list or if you play a different list now. But without Unchained, I don't know if there's enough. I don't know if there's enough decks where Phantasme does something, because. Yeah. Is there... I'm afraid the answer is no, but is there a card that is on its own if I have no other cards? Because that's the thing, right? There are some decks where you can rely on drawing multiple hand traps, which is where cards like Effect Veiler or Imperm are really good if you draw multiple hand traps. But in this deck, the maximum we can side for certain matchups is like 6 to 9 cards going second. So more often than not, we only draw one of these cards, right? Which is something you have to consider when building your side deck. You know, in some decks, you can play like not so impactful cards, but good when you draw a lot of non-engine, you know, like Imperm, Veiler, Ash, those kind of things. And then in some decks like this one, you kind of want to play... let's call it like super impactful bombs, quote unquote, you know, cards that just like, you know, you slap them down and you can win the game off of just it. Is there a card like that versus Vanadium that is not Droll and Lockbird? Because we already played Droll and Lockbird. Is there another card that I can just side against Vanadium and I'm like, if I draw it, I mess them up? Going second, of course. Going first, I don't care. Going first, I'm fine. Dark Ruler no more? But they... What about reframing, though? Super Poly? I could see Super Poly. I have Super Poly. I got I ordered the 2 in the last couple weeks, the Guiltia and the Draco Quest. But like, I'm afraid I would have to side deck the targets as well, which is like not very good because you probably also want Garura and Mud Dragon, and it's like I'm not gonna side deck 4 fusions for Super Poly. That's like it might work against Vanadium, but I don't know if it works in this deck. Right? You can't respond to Dark Ruler, or is it only monster effects? It's only monster effects. You can respond with trap cards to Dark Ruler. Lava Golem. You see something like I have those here as well somewhere. Where's my... This is just all my stuff I got from... I got the rarity collection. I got everything in collectors. I love the rarity collection collectors. I have Dark Rulers here too. Sphere mode is also somewhere. Where's sphere mode? I don't know where Sphere Mode is. It's fine. Okay, so Dark Ruler has two problems. First problem, reframing. If they have reframing, we get destroyed unless we have a way to force the reframing. But that's not easy, because if you do something, I'm pretty sure if you play against Mannadium and they end on like reframing plus Baron, if you go destruction on the back row, they would probably use the Baron negate. You know, it's like that's not gonna work out. So it's not as easy. The second problem, even if they don't go for reframing, even if they don't have reframing, if I Dark Ruler them, I'm playing a Runick deck. I don't have a battle phase. They have a lot of massive threats on the board that I have to remove. I'm not sure how easy it's going to be for me to do that. Like, yeah, I can go. It's probably realistic to go Coral Dragon to pop one, Synchro into Baron to pop another, draw a card, maybe SP one other. Like, it's not as simple to do that, right? So I'm not sure if I'm in love with Dark Ruler. Bystials against Mannadium. See, this is where the fact that I have never played Mannadium myself comes into. This is why you need to play these decks yourself to really learn them. And I have a Mannadium core because I was considering whether it was going to be good for next format. So I plan on testing it a little bit at some point, but I haven't played it much myself yet. Bystials, how good are Bystials against Mannadium? I know they have something. Like, you can do it before they go for Vicious Astrolaud. You can banish the Visas or the Ryam Heart, right? Or the Samsara. So, like, they are good. But I'm not sure if they are, like, what would I want to pay? Basically, the question I have is what if I have a Bystial against Mannadium, right? Let's just assume I draw a Bystial against Mannadium. I need only the Mannadium players in chat to speak now. If you don't know, this is not a guess situation. You know, this is a I've played Mannadium and I know the answer kind of thing. You know, this is not a I want to try my luck, okay? If I have a Bystial against Mannadium, what other card would I like to pair this up with? Is this like, do I want, like, you know, is this nice? Is this nice? Is an Effect Veiler nice? Would I rather have a Board Breaker? You know, what is the thing, right? Bystial Nib? Okay, how does Bystial Nib, but how do I prevent them from going Baron before Nib? Isn't there are plenty Mannadium combos that go Baron before 5 though, right? The Bystials prevent the Baron? The Bystial... They don't? That's what I was thinking, right? They don't do that though, no? I'm not sure. If you banish their visas, they go this pattern first. I mean, this pattern, as long as, like, the thing I'm worried about with something like Bystial Nib is not this pattern, because, like, at the point where they get this pattern, I don't have a banish monster, so I can just nib them there and it's fine. Like, as long as I'm not sure that it's true that the Bystial prevents Baron though. But if this was true, I would just side Nib and Droll against Mannadium. How common does If they go normal summon Rheum Heart, do they always go into Lightheart first? No, right? They have a Baron before Arisar, before Lightheart usually, right? Because that makes Phantasme also way less potent. You do this. The thing I'm worried about with something like Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, or Dark Ruler is simply like that I cannot do enough after, right? Because like even if I like, what does Mannadium end on if I don't do anything to them, right? If I don't have a Bystial, Mannadium ends on like more than 2 threats, right? If you try the Bystial, the Visas, wouldn't they try to negate the Bystial? Potentially. Potentially. Denko plus Dark Ruler cooks the deck. You see, that's a very flawed mindset when it comes to deck building. Because drawing 2 side deck cards to win a matchup is just not something that happens very often, right? Like, basically the reason why I'm asking for, that's the entire reason why I'm asking for 1 card that's impactful, right? Is like, I want to be able to pair it up with cards that I'm already playing that are actually likely to happen, right? I need to be like, if you, for example, if something like Nib plus a Bystial works for the matchup, that is more likely because I'm already main decking 5 Bystials, right? So that means like if I draw Nib, I have a good chance of seeing either Serenir or Ash or Droll, right, together, and then I'm probably okay, right? Like it's that's the thing. It's easy to beat a matchup if you can just draw 2 side deck cards. That's super easy. You can beat every matchup with 2 specific cards. The problem is like that's not very likely, right? The problem with something like Lava Golem and Sphere Mode is I don't have a normal summon. And my deck does need its normal summon for Quem usually. It would be less of a problem if we played Ecclesia as a 3-off as our tuner, is something I just now realized. Like if we go second and we side in something like Lava Golem Sphere Mode, if we play, but we would have to play triple Ecclesia and probably still be on Duality, because then we have, if you have something like this in your deck, these 5, right? Now we still have a couple of ways to get a tuner without normal summoning. That would be interesting. Sphere Mode killed their end board and they've burned through most of their resources. Okay, how strong is Mannadium's follow-up? Is a question, because like what happens, because what I'm thinking of what I'm thinking about is what happens if I draw, let's say, Sphere Mode or Lava Golem, and I don't have a tuner that I can special summon, right? I only have Runicks and Bystials, right? So I Sphere Mode them, kill most of their board, if not everything, right? And then I play with Runicks. You know, I play a little bit with Runicks. I get a fountain draw here and there, you know, like, can I win that game? Can I win that game with just Bystials and Runicks after a Sphere Mode? Or is it like something where next turn they're just gonna kill me regardless? Interesting. Because then, dude, where are my Sphere Modes? I am desperately looking for my Sphere Modes. We here? They're not here. They can go for a mid combo, but follow-up is crazy. What do you mean by mid combo? Second Gary. They should be in this box. Yeah, they're here. Found them. Okay, I'll leave. This is the staple pile. I'll leave that here. Okay. So, the thing is, how many matchups can you even side Lava Golem and Sphere Mode in against? Would this be just a thing for Vanadium? I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that. Baron, Dispatter, Ultimate Slayer. Ultimate Slayer is once again an issue of extra deck space. If I'm gonna be honest with you, if we had more extra deck space, I would be completely okay with playing Super Poly for that matchup. It'd be completely fine. Kurikara can cover. I don't think Kurikara. The problem with Kurikara for Vanadium is that in order to use Kurikara to out the board, you have to play into it and force their cards, which is typically bad. It's typically pretty bad to play into their negates and then summon Kurikara, especially in a Runick deck where we don't have a battle phase. So even if we, let's say we force two of their things, we slap down a Kurikara, we probably don't have a battle phase because we used our Runicks to force their stuff. So we can't like attack over SP or something like that with the Kurikara, right? So like I don't think Kurikara is a viable option for this deck. But okay, I think we're kind of going in circles. I think that is something that I would figure out closer to the tournament what I want to do against Vanadium, because I think I have to take another look at Vanadium at some point if I was gonna like I'd probably have to talk to someone who's played Vanadium, because I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere without looking at the Vanadium combos in more detail. Because if like half of chat is saying that Nib plus a Bystial is pretty good, the other half says it does nothing. So it's something I'd have to find out, because sometimes I don't know those things all the time. You know, sometimes I need to look at it in more detail as well. Like those are things you don't just know, you have to actually learn it. But yeah. Just win the dice roll. I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the cool thing, quote unquote, about Runick decks is like, even if you have quote unquote bad matchups, what I mean by bad matchup is always just it's bad if you go second, because going first, this deck is pretty good against almost everything, which is pretty neat. Well, yeah. Okay, the side deck is going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure we're going to cut those 6. We're still going to play Lockbird. I'm leaning towards still playing Nib, but might look for something better into Vanadium. There probably is something better, is my gut feeling, but I'll have to check. And Phantasme is something that I would love to play, but I'm not sure if it's good enough anymore. It's pretty good against Rescue Ace, I think, because you always just get it and it's free. But yeah. Have to check. Thoughts on Lancea for Vanadium? I don't really have thoughts. on Lancea for Vanadium. I would think they can still do a lot. I mean, yeah, they can't summon Vicious Astrolaud, but isn't that the only thing that you prevent? I feel like there's not that much else you can do. Like, you'd be better off just playing more Bystials and just banishing their stuff before they summon Astrolaud, especially since Bystials have synergy with this deck, right? It stops Scare Cash. It does stop Scare Cash. It's like a minor thing, I feel like. They can't activate the spells? What spells? They can activate most of the Vanadium spells. Which one banishes? In the graveyard? Yeah, but that doesn't really matter, does it? Okay. This was already longer than I anticipated for this deck. That's why I'm kind of I kind of want to move on. Thoughts on Pank? Okay, I'll answer that question and then we move on to another thing I wanted to do today, which is more experimental and more deck building actually than this one. I think Pankratops is a good card and I'm considering playing it. I have 2 issues with it. First issue, it has a little bit of anti-synergy with Bystials. Like, it's not always a guarantee that your opponent has more monsters than you do if you play a Bystial deck, but that's only if Bystials are good against your opponent's deck, which usually means you don't need Pankratops if you've Bystialed your opponent like twice. So I'd be okay with it. The other thing is, obviously, if you don't always have a battle phase with Pankratops, which makes it worse but still not bad. I think Pankratops is a viable card. I might rather Pankratops is the kind of card that's really good into with this deck, right? It's really good into mid-range matchups. Because like mid-range matchups are the kind of matchups you can already beat with this deck, going second even with no hand traps. If you play against mid-range, you can win. Like, the deck is strong enough to do that. If you have a Pankratops, that makes it even easier, usually. But there aren't that many mid-range matchups. Like, it's good against... Pankratops is pretty good against Rescues, I think. But yeah. Oh yeah, siding patterns. There was one thing I wanted to show you. I believe there is a YouTube video that shows it in a little bit more detail, but I can show you. So, like I said, I don't have siding patterns for the new version yet that I was going to play if I'm going to play this deck. But what I can show you is how I approach siding with this deck, or how I approached siding with this deck in the old version, which is not too... Which, if you... Basically, that's why I always tell you guys to try and understand things rather than just copying things. Is because then, if you understand how I think about side decking with this deck, you can just apply it to the new version. Or if you build a different version, you can just apply it that way. So... basically, what would happen very frequently is if I went first at the YCS, I would not change a thing. That was something that happened very frequently. Is I would simply not side deck. Like, depending on the match, I'm trying to think if there's a matchup where I would side. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, if I'm playing against Vanadium and I go first, I put in Droll. But, like, most of the time going first, I would either change nothing, or I would put in maybe Nibiru or Droll if they were super impactful hand traps for the matchup. And I would only take out like stuff that isn't essential for your consistency. Like, for example, one Bystial going first is something I sided out a fair amount, which was then usually it was the Serenier or the Baldrake. Usually not both, but one of, like, you could do both. I like keeping Ash in going first because it backs up your boards nicely. But if it sucks against a certain matchup, you could take it out. And then one Regained is something that I sided out a lot going first. This is something I sided out a lot in general. So usually I would side out these 3 for 3 of these, or very often I would elect to keep a Serenier if Bystials were okay in the matchup, or I really want to see the Serenier to get the Regained. I would only side 2 Nibs, which is also completely okay. You don't need to change much about this deck going first. The only reason why I liked to side 2 to 3 Nibs in some matchups going first is because Nib is such a good backup for any board, like any mid-range board, which this deck is the king of making mid-range boards, like Baron SP, Just Baron, you know, this patter, something like that. Like your end board, your field, your monsters usually don't have more than 1 or 2 interactions with your opponent. So like having a nib behind that is really strong. So I would side in nib going first still, but everything else going first I wouldn't really touch in my side deck. Going second is where you change a lot of stuff given the matchups. Let's talk about the more problematic matchups, which are something like a combo heavy strategy where you need to side a lot of cards going second. Like for example, a matchup where you would want to side all 9 of these, which is tough to do because you're playing a deck where you obviously don't have a lot of room for non-engine, but still you can manage to side all of these 9 into the deck. And this is something that I would only ever advise you to do, to go second. When you go second, like you wouldn't never take that much non-engine into your Runick deck when you go first. But things that I would side out going second, it was always a regained pretty much. Bystials heavily depends on how good they are in a certain matchup. This is not something that you can always side out. It depends. Like against Unchained, you don't take these out, obviously. Something that I would take out a lot was I sided out 2 Lubellions a lot and 1 Aluber. Simple reasoning. Lubellion is not as good going second as it is going first, depending on the matchup. Obviously, once again, against mid-range matchups where you really want to play grindy, you would like to keep Lubellion in your deck, but usually that's not the matchups where you need to side these. Like those are the cards you need into the matchups that require a blowout, like a Manadium matchup, for example. And Manadium, after you blow them out with something like a Droll, you don't need to rely on Branded Regain to outgrind them. As long as you stop them, you can outgrind them in other ways. So I like to take out Lubellion in those kind of situations. And then when you take out Lubellion, the Bystial Aluber also significantly loses value because you don't have a way to search it so easily. At the same time, another concept that I do a lot is siding out parts of my engine in these scenarios, because going second, the 6th card you draw means that you have a more consistent chance of seeing your engine anyways, right? So like the reason why you have to play so much engine in your main deck is to make sure you see enough of it going first, right? When you draw 5 cards. When you only draw 5 cards, your deck needs to be prepared for that, basically. For whenever you go first, you only draw 5 cards. You need to have good odds of playing the game, of course. So you need a specific amount of tuners, a specific amount of Runicks to be able to play the game when you go first. When you go second and you know you get that extra card, you can play around with this a little bit. So something I would take out a lot was actually some amount of Runicks. Some amount of Runicks would go out, a fair amount. Some amount of Duality, some amount of Bystials depending on the matchup. Sometimes I sided out 3 freaking Runicks, like against Manadium, where you want to keep the Bystials. I side out 3 Runicks. I side out the Slumber as well. Like, you know, I go down to 14 Runicks, which is normally considered a federal crime, but I would do it if you had to put all these in. You know, you have to do it. So something like this is like a very common siding pattern for like the matchups where you have to fit all these in, which is almost only engine, of course. Like you wouldn't take out Ash going second into most matchups. This is the general theory is just you have to figure out how much engine you need to side out going second in order to fit all the things that you want to side in. Like for example, if you play against Unchained, you don't want the Droll and Lockbird, and you don't want any of the others, so you only have to side in 6 cards against Unchained, right? You don't have to side in 9. So obviously you decide, okay, which of these cards do I want to keep in my deck against the Unchained matchup, right? Like you would probably keep something like along the lines of this is more valuable. So like you side out some amount of Runicks, a Bystial Lubellion, because it's not a hand trap going second. It's still good going second, but it's not as good. You side out 1 regained almost all the time. The Bystial, this is something I sided out a massive amount, like 1 to 2 Lubellions regained in Aluber. It has been sided out a tremendous amount, and then some amount of Runick, some amount of Duality for the Unchained matchup, for example. So it's usually the same the same kind of pool of cards that you take out from. It's just a matter of how many of these do I need to take out of my deck, right? How many cards do I need for that specific matchup, right? And that's something I've been doing in a lot of different Runick variations, whether it's this one or Runick Sprite or whatever. Is going second, I would basically just take out engine pieces that I figured were not as important, which is very counterintuitive. I think it's a very counterintuitive thing that happens only really with Runick decks. Like, there's a lot of decks out there that never really side out engine, right? They usually just swap around their non-engine a little bit. Runick is an exception where the deck doesn't really have that much non-engine to begin with, so you have to side out engine somewhere, and people end up not knowing what to side out. But I think it's completely okay to take out some amount of Runick, some amount of Bystials, some amount of Regained when you go second, because you're gonna have an extra card to make up for it. So that's generally the siding pattern for the deck. There's like no, I don't want to go through every single matchup now, but like that's generally what you do. You know, like in some matchup you side D6, sometimes you side slightly differently because the matchup requires whatever. You know, like you get what I'm saying, right? And that's essentially my thoughts on the Bystial Runick deck. It was more in depth than I was planning to, but I figured, I mean, you guys probably like that kind of stuff, right? So I think that was fine. Man, the more I talk about this deck, the more I want to bring it to the event to see how it performs in the new format. The more I almost talked myself into just playing this deck. But there's other decks I wanna experiment with. Don't worry, they're also Runick decks. They're also Runick decks, but yeah. Okay. Let me sort these because we're gonna look at a different deck now. We're gonna take a look at a more experimental deck, and I'm not sure if this is gonna work out or not. I am not sure if it's gonna work out or not, but I saw something. I saw people mess around with a Runick variant, and of course, if I see a new Runick variant, I have to at least think about it and consider it. And it is something that I think is more relevant after Phantom Nightmare, and potentially even really strong after Phantom Nightmare. But I wanted to just quickly check out whether it could already work in the current format. And that is something called Snake Eye Runick, which is very interesting, and we're gonna take a quick look at it right now. Okay, so hold up. Yeah, to fix my mic a little bit. Okay. It started with a someone in my Discord server, which, by the way, if you haven't joined the Discord server yet, !Discord to join my Yu-Gi-Oh community where we talk about Yu-Gi-Oh every day. They sent this replay, they tagged me, and they said, like, okay, here, look at this Snake Eye Runick combo. This one is post Phantom Nightmare. I know it's post Phantom Nightmare, but it still got me thinking, right? It got me thinking. So what this combo does is it uses Snake Eye Ash, but it doesn't have to be Snake Eye Ash. You can also play, of course, in this deck, in order to get a level 1 fire monster, you can just play, you're playing the Diabellstar package. So you have, that's always step number 1. By the way, if you want to know whether a Runick combo deck is viable or not, you need enough starters that work alongside Hugin, right? Like if you're like, oh, check out this combo that works if you draw Vakaushi plus Runick or whatever like that, you know, like I don't know if there's enough copies of that. Or like Diviner is another example. There's a lot of Runick combos with Diviner, but then what happens if you don't draw Diviner, you know? So like with Snake Eye, the first box is already checked because you have enough copies. You can consistently open, I think, your combo, right? And so this combo uses Populous, but I'll talk about why I think it might be possible to do it before Populous already. So the general idea, I don't know if this is even the best way to do the combo. This is the only one I saw. But this one obviously goes Snake Eye Ash, summons searches Populous, summons itself, grabs this, activates this to summon Jet Synchron. So right off the bat, the Populous is going to place itself in the spell and trap zone, but this is a spot that you can get to even without Populous if you draw Diabellstar or Wanted. Right? Because if you just draw Diabellstar or Wanted, you can do the same thing by going summon Diabellstar, grab this, use this by sending Diabellstar, summon Ash from the deck, search Jet Synchron, normal summon Jet Synchron. So we can get to this exact position, minus the Populous in the spell and trap zone, with Diabellstar as well. So that's theoretically possible. It only makes normal summoning Ash slightly worse, because then we don't have the normal summon for Jet Synchron anymore. But then you go Hugin. This is where I think it starts getting interesting. The stuff we do now, like, because this is not possible yet with Populous, but we can still get into similar board states with Runick Snake Eye already. So you grab Fountain, and here's where they make Cyber's Integrator, which is interesting, which is if this card is Synchro Summon, special summon a Cyber's Tuner from your hand or grave in defense, also can't special summon except Cyber's. You're not using this effect, so you're not locked into Cyber's. It's just about if this Synchro Summon card is sent to the grave, draw a card. Right, so we just make a Synchro with it and draw a card is the plan, I suppose. I don't know if this is the best level 3 Synchro you can make. Even there's other ones that are potentially strong, like you can make Martial Metal Marcher, which just summons back Jet Synchron, which is interesting. You can summon Samsara Sorrow Cat, Shamisen, whatever, you know, which is basically 2 tuners. So there's a couple options we can take this. This is why this is more experimental. This is not something I have worked out already. We're gonna do it together. So, but this is what they do, essentially, right? They discard the Fountain for the Jet Synchron. They're not activating the Fountain. They bring back the Jet Synchron. They make Cthugua, draw a card with Integrator. Then you need a second Runick. You need a second... No, not yet. They go for Oak with the... They go for Oak with the Ash. And they summon back the Jet Synchron. This is something we wouldn't be able to do because we wouldn't have the Populous in the spell and trap zone. But we could do other things. Now they summon Gary to add back the Fountain from earlier. This is the first thing I don't like about this combo. I feel like using a Fountain as a discard for Jet Synchron without even having used it is not the optimal way to do it. It does work because what they're going to do is they're going to Gary add back the Fountain and then they're going to Xyz summon with the Cthugua, which gives you a draw as well. Right, so you're kind of just like synchro climbing, drawing more cards. You make Emerald, which I think is really cool because you can recycle your fusions this way, which is neat, and draw another card. And this is the first thing that I don't like about this is the third Runick already. If you don't have a third Runick here, you're kind of fumbling the back, right? That's the one thing I don't love about this is that if we don't have 3 Runicks specifically, we're not getting to this point, right? This is why I think discarding the Fountain for Jet Synchron is a little bit too much cooking, right? I think you should be using that Fountain to draw, right? I think a more realistic way I could see myself using the Snake Eye cards, the more realistic way I could see myself using the Snake Eye cards is I want to, and we're going to work on that line in a bit. I want to activate Fountain. Then I want to draw with Fountain, right? I want to draw with my Fountain immediately. And then I want to send my Fountain for Ash after I draw with it. I think that would be the most optimal sequencing is like use Fountain, summon Hugin, search Fountain, use a second Runick, draw 2 with the Fountain, then use the Snake Eye effect send the fountain that we've already used from the field to the graveyard, summon Oak from the deck or Flamberge or whatever. I don't know yet what we're going to do with it, but make use of this fountain, right? Then we can summon Gary to add back the fountain, which is the max value we can get from the synergies, right? And this way, the Runick cards don't only draw us cards, they also provide us with free fodder to send with the Snake Eye cards, because we can like send our fountain after we draw and then add it back with Gary for free, and then potentially even do it again, you know, like we can activate it, use another Runick, draw, send the Gary or send the second fountain for the Oak to summon Flamberge and go from there. I think that's the synergy point that we should be trying to play around, and that is entirely possible before Populace as well. That is something we can try to go with, but just because from here on out the combo becomes very let's say Phantom Nightmare heavy, because now we're just transitioning into some of the Phantom Nightmare stuff. Like we're going to probably use Oak to summon Flamberge. I forgot. Yeah, we summon Flamberge, we make IP. This is already possible. They make Formula, which is really cool. And then Promethean Princess is, of course, this is something we can't do yet. This is something we can't do yet. But I think the synergy in theory is there. And I also found... I found a deck profile that people sent to me, which, you know, I want to give credit where credit is due. They've already been playing the deck in the current format. So I think this is more like, I don't know if they show a combo or not. I haven't watched it yet, but I know they are playing Runick Snake Eye. So we're gonna see if they have any other interesting ideas that we can maybe build upon.
What's going on, everybody? I have Mr.
Francisco.
And bro, we played in Swiss. You played the craziest deck in the room.
It's pretty cool.
It's like before all the good stuff. But let me stop talking about the deck. You tell me about the deck that you came up with and been playing with.
Well, last night I just randomly had a thought about Formula Synchron and Flamberge Dragons. So today in the morning I just created Runick Snake Eyes, like pure Snake Eyes with Runick, kind of like a synchro version of it. So this is the profile. It's still in the works. Correct, still in the works, but I'm pretty sure this is what it's legit. So
yeah, this is too loud. I think it's echoing.
One lady and two dragons. I'll probably bump this to 2 because I needed it today a little bit more, so I can keep rotating the spells. But it was pretty good. And then 3 ashes, 2 oaks. These 2 are insane.
I'm kind of afraid
because of my body right here.
Okay. I am afraid of playing multiple Oaks because Oak is not a great starter, obviously. But I'm afraid it might be necessary, because if we draw it, if we only play 1, we don't have it in the deck anymore. It's going to be kind of annoying. Birch, on the other hand, I don't think is like necessary at all. I feel like Birch doesn't do that much, but yeah. We'll see.
Synchron, this guy, you just loop this guy forever.
What do you summon with Formula and Flamberge? I mean, ideally, if we could somehow manage to do it, if we can end on Flamberge Dragon on the field, we can equip Formula Synchron from the grave. Well, not equip, but we can put Formula from the grave in the spell and trap zone, and then we can summon it on the opponent's turn, and then Formula Quick Synchro with Flamberge, because Flamberge is a level 8. We can make Baron. It is level 8, right? I'm not tripping. Hold up, where did I put the Snake Eye cards? I have them somewhere here. There's too much stuff on my desk. Oh, they're here, okay. It is a level 8. Yeah, it is a level 8. And then you go on your opponent's turn, Formula Synchron, tune with the Flamberge, make Baron or Cheng Ying or whatever you want, right? And then that even triggers the Flamberge effect again, right? So we can use it on the opponent's turn to bring back Ash again, to search more, and so on and so forth. It's pretty cool.
Every single turn you just loop it with this and with this. This makes this a 1-card starter for your dragon and or Jet. Like it's pretty awesome. Like this is all the monsters, and then obviously.
Wait, what did they say about Birch? I didn't.
Like it's pretty. Makes this forever. Every single turn you just loop it with this and with this. This makes this a 1-card starter for your dragon and or jet.
Oh right, because you can it's just because you special summon it if you control a level 1 fire, right? Or any fire. So you just normal summon Ash, you can grab Birch, you can special Birch, and then you can use the Ash to summon something from the deck. Maybe that's something we need before Populous. Maybe that is something that we need to incorporate. Yeah. Okay, we can think about that.
Like it's pretty awesome. Like this is all the monsters, and then obviously the Kurikara, you can search it with Ash.
This is something I really like about this deck. Even it's a runic deck, so it's not gonna have infinite non-engine spaces, but the one Kurikara is super searchable. With Ash, with the Sinful Spoils spell in the graveyard, like it's super searchable, which is really cool.
If they get rid of this, and then in your turn, the opponent's already gonna play with a little bit of fear, because you always have the Kurikara in your hand. And then 3 Ashes, that's it. That's all the hand traps. Only these 4 searchable, and then the Ashes, because if you summon this, if you break, worst case scenario, this is still Baron. So those are all the monsters, not a lot. And then you play the Snake Eye Temple, 2 OG, 1 of this, because this and Temple is just insane. I'll let you know.
So I wasn't planning on using such a big Snake Eye package of the spells. I'm not sure if I'm on board with that, but we can think about it.
In a second. And then 3 want it, and this is very good.
Ooh.
This and
what does the trap even do? I have to check. I forgot. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Where I don't know where I have it. I guess we'll check later. Just Google it. Yeah, I just have all my cards on the desk. That's why I thought I could just grab it. Sinful Spoils of Betrayal, Silvera. Send a Diabellstar monster from hand or face up field to the grave. Target a face-up card and field negates effect. When your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your Diabellstar, you can banish this card from your grave. Wait, is this the right one? Okay. So it is. You can negate spell traps, but how easy is it to set up a Diabellstar in hand or field? Like we want to get rid of it, no? You put Diabellstar in the spell and trap zone with Flamberge? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. I dislike the the Snake Eye field spell. We have to like
because this and Temple is just insane. I'll let you know in a second. And then 3 want it, and this is very good. This a non-target, just insanely negate.
What I think is it's a super rare. That's why I didn't find it. I looked through my comments. The reason why I think it's kind of cool is because it has a neat graveyard effect where if you discard it for Hugin, later on you can stop them from using Valor, Imperm, or Ash against your Sinful Spoil cards. That's only a minor thing though, because they can just use those cards on Hugin.
And the combo with these 2 is you just, if your opponent just passes on a single monster and you open both, or you just open this in the lady, you just go this, put your dragon, this, put your opponent's monster in their spell and trap card zone, and then when your opponent summons you summon your dragon, and then your dragon summons this monster to your side. So it's just free fodder. And then you can always
I'm not sure if I like the
loop
field
it
spell.
with the wanteds. It's pretty nice. So that's the sinful package, and then obviously all the spells, 3 of everything, 3 of everything, 3 of everything, 3 of everything, and then this one.
Okay, 16.
Because everybody searches now, so it's pretty good. It's banish 2, and then you just mill. And then the honorary runic called by, because you need your ash, and you need your dragon to circle, and you need your fountain to circle. So it's all good. That's the main deck, and then the extra deck.
And it was like 41.
That's 41. Yep. Trying to bump it to 42 with the second Diabell star, but still in the works. Let's see how the math works, or I just cut this part.
I'm not sure if I like double Flamberge, by the way. That seems like a very mediocre draw without anything else. Like you need other cards in your hand for the Flamberge to be good already.
I'll probably keep it.
I mean, in theory, it's a nice discard for Hugin if you already have 2 fires in the graveyard, right? Like if also like later on, like the longer the game goes, the Flamberge just becomes insane, right? On the follow-up, if you can discard it somehow, like it just becomes completely nasty.
Like Typhon, the best card, 1 of each, because these are crucial. You up the ladder with them. You go, it's like Link playing, same thing. The only one that you don't use is this. If you use it, it's because you don't have the runic fountain. But most of the time, I only use these 3 to just go.
Okay, that's weird because you definitely no.
Go up the ladder, because this and in an Ash, you just go Ash, get Jet Synchron, and then you just Jet Synchron in with this, and you make Herald. Which these are the 4 synchros that you summon. You just make Herald with this. These 2, you make this with 2 of the Snake Eye, so Snake Eye and Jet. And then this is to recur the guy, and then you just pitch it for fodder for the Oak and the Ash and all that stuff. And then this is to make Baron. It's super fun. It's insane. Then you basically end up with these 2, and then this in the spell trap card zone with this. This is your board most of the time. Like this is in the spell and trap card zone, and these 2 on the.
So we would hypothetically we could achieve this by going like Formula Synchron with 2 level 1s, Hugin with the formula to make this. How do we get to Baron though? Level 1 Tuner plus Sleipnir?
Field and this pops this face up, and then you just make this guy.
This is such a nice interaction. I love that interaction.
And then with your negates and this, it's just overwhelming for your opponent. Like, you don't even have to attack, because you're just gonna control the opponent, and then basically whenever you want, you just stop activating the spells and you just win. And then Anima, obviously, Link ones are insane. This is MVP. This guy, you just dodge everything with this. SP and IP, I mean IP and SP. This with the dragon is just insane. Like this and the dragon, stupid. Then you can also pass that board with this if your hand is good enough. And then utility, this, I got Dark Hold with this and this on the field, so I just make this, and then he just went, what the hell is that? It doesn't get destroyed.
What the hell
is that? And
also
also with this, is just more fodder. So just keep climbing, and to put your Jet Synchron in the graveyard. So a regular, you want me to do a combo?
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be uncoordinated, but for you to end up with this, you just have wanted with this.
Oh, there is combo.
You just play like either of these with a runic spell. You can just play. Well, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but if you open like any combination of these, you're just fine, because you go this, you add the Jet Synchron, and then you just go from there, start link climbing.
Okay, that's a little bit too much detail for me.
You go into the guy. You go into sorry, kind of. You go into that guy. You add this, and then you just try and discard it for some reason, or you can just normal. If you special this with the Sinful Spoils, it's even better, because if you draw Wanted in Sinfuls or Wanted in a spell, you just do it, because you do the chick. You do the OG, you send the OG, send her. You have this on the field, you search this, you normal this. You activate the runic spell, you summon this, and then you just make the dude, you make Herald. And then with whatever other card, let's say you draw a field or something, you just send this, and then you just keep recycling, because this is gonna summon this guy. This guy gets Jet, gets the Jet, and then you already have two names on the field. And you go formula, or you can just go into the dragon. The dragon summons back, and it's just literally shenanigans. Like, it's just insane. It's just too many variants, because everything you don't rely.
Okay, we're gonna have to figure it out by ourselves, I feel like. Okay. Is this what MBT was trying to talk about? Yeah. Essentially. Okay, hold up. All right, where are my snake eyes? There's Jet Synchron. I don't know, we probably don't play 3 Jet Synchrons. I just have all of them ready just in case. All right, so in order to figure out whether this is even a viable quote-unquote strategy, right? I need to understand what we are trying to achieve with the snake eyes, right? That's the first thing, because one thing that's definitely not an issue is getting to the snake eye cards. I think there is enough there's definitely enough consistency here that we can rely on to get to, let's say, Snake Eye Ash, right? Like, we can definitely get to Snake Eye Ash consistently. The question is, what do we do? Like, let's say we definitely need to have a plan for when we open, let's say, Snake Eye Ash and 4 Runics. Like, you know, this should be, we should have a plan for this sort of situation, you know? Otherwise, it's gonna be weird, right? Otherwise, it's gonna be weird. So, how do we, like, what do we do if we open this when we don't have Populace yet? We go normal summon Ash. We have to grab Jet Synchron here, right? In my understanding, like, in my understanding, we have to add Jet Synchron here, because if we don't, we have no way of accessing it, right? You search Runic first. That's besides the point. That's besides the point. Whether we go with the Runic first or not, that's just sequencing. I want to know what we get to. We go for Birch. Okay, if we go for Birch, how do we grab Jet Synchron later? Is what I'm asking. Like, how do we, what do I do if I have Ash? Okay, now I can special summon Birch, and now what? I can special summon Birch, but I don't have a tuner yet, and I can't get a tuner. Can I? Like, I'm not missing something. I don't have a tuner here. Because this can only summon Snake Eyes from the deck, so I don't have a way to get a tuner in this opener. Right? Is there a good rank 1 that we can make? Is there a rank 1 that's like really strong or like gets us a tuner? Not really, right? Can't you play Heat Soul, Sunlight, Appaloosa for this situation? I mean, we could. That is one thing that I want to think about. That is one thing I definitely want to think about, because we have to think of ways how we play if we don't get Jet Synchron. Because, like, let's say our Ash gets stopped, whatever, you know, like they prevent our access to Jet, right? Somehow that is something we need to figure out, because there is a potential, like there is the potential that we can still like work our way through it. For example, getting Ashed on Ash, haha. You know, if we get Ashed on Ash, there's still the potential that we can summon Hugin, search Fountain, We can use the Snake Eye to clear our extra monster zone, right? Which is cool. To summon like the other one, you know, we can summon this from the deck, which then revives this, right? And then we can go for activate Fountain that we searched off of Hugin. I don't know, activate another Runick, draw some cards, then use the Oak, which we haven't used yet, to float into Flamberge. Then we can use Flamberge to put something in here. You know, we can do things like that, right? Like the question is, are those good enough if we don't have tuner access? Because that's really what makes it click, I feel like, is if we have tuner access. Or, I mean, if we figure out, if we cook hard enough, maybe there's a way we can make it work without even being a synchro deck. You know, maybe we make it a Snake Eye Link deck where we just end up on, like, I don't know, like we end up on something like Heat Soul with like Fountain Up, Heat Soul, IP, Flamberge, something like that, you know, Sunlight Wolf, whatever kind of stuff. You know, we go into a Link, we just print a lot of cards, right? We just print a whole lot of cards, and we don't even go for synchro plays. Do we have other tuners available? I mean, that's the thing, right? If we really want to go with tuners, it's not that bad if we get hand trapped on Ash, because we can draw any of these, right? We can draw this, we can draw this, we can draw this. So you have ways. You have ways to get to Jet Synchron even if you get stopped, right? Depending on how many we want to use of each. Like we can play up to 9 copies of these cards to get to you know, to get to the thing. Yeah, thank you. All right. Yeah, but more after the lunch break. I need to hold up. I have received lunch, and that means I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's been a while. But it is time to guess that price with Ruxin again, which is phenomenal. Hold up. Let me just clean up my desk a little bit so I don't spill friggin' tomato sauce on my wanteds. That wouldn't be good. It'd be good content, but it's not worth it. And then we're gonna keep cooking after, because I do think there is something there. Mainly, I'm not even convinced by the synchro lines, to be honest with you. I'm not even convinced by the synchro lines. I just like the synergy between Snake Eyes and Runicks. The fact that you can like send your Fountain for the Runick effects and keep cooking that way. That is what I'm kind of excited about. If you get what I'm saying. Lunch at 3 p.m. Yeah, it's like my fiance, she also works from home, and she doesn't always have her break at the same time, because she's obviously the one who always brings me lunch. I always cook, I make breakfast and dinner, but she obviously is the only one of the two of us that has the time to make lunch, and it doesn't always align the same. It's not always the same time, you know. She has to check when she can have a break or when she takes her break, you know. So it's it's fine though. Streaming is distracting enough that I don't usually feel hungry until I actually get food. I notice I'm like, oh god damn, I was kind of hungry this entire time, but okay. Anyways, cooking with Josh stream when? That's literally what we're doing right now. That is literally what we are in the process of doing. Okay. Anyways, it is time to guess that price. Now, I don't even know when the last one of this happened, because it's been a while. It's been a while. The reason why I like these so much, the reason why I think these are so fun, is because I have no idea about card prices usually, so I'm terrible at it, which is partially the fun. This one's 48 minutes. God damn. Okay.
In this game, I will be asking a popular YouTuber about 5 different Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Each round, the guests will have 5 questions about the round's chosen card. Each answer is worth a point until the final round where they must guess that card's price. The better the answer, the more points the guest receives. Can your favorite YouTuber win the ultimate prize? You will just have to watch to find out. If you want to win the giveaway for this video, which is half of the prize money won during today's game show, just like the video, be subscribed, turn on notifications, and let me know down below who do you want to see on the next episode of Guess That Price Season 2. Welcome back to Guess That Price. This is the first episode of Season 2, and we have, of course, the man Simo on the other end to test his knowledge of Yu-Gi-Oh cards and their prices. How you doing, Simo?
I don't know why you have me on this show. I can't tell you the last time I even picked up like a card in the last 5 years, but you know, here we are. It's for entertainment, I suppose.
Does Simo not play IRL?
This is a new season, and things have changed.
Ooh.
So I think that you might be excited with some of the changes we have here, because a lot of this stuff, I feel like as I was going through here, I was like, Simo is going to know this kind of stuff, because it's not just prices this year.
Oh,
wait, what?
So it's Guess That Price. So the final and the most important question will be the price.
Okay.
But we actually have multiple other questions about the cards, and you can earn points by answering those correctly. And I'm not going to reveal what the questions are just yet, because I want you to be surprised. But I think you're actually going to do a little better on these than some of the prices.
as long as I beat Gage at the end of it all, that's all I care about.
Well, last year, or at least last season, he destroyed you. So
He
you're
did,
gonna have to step it
100%.
up.
I need my retribution.
All right, Simo,
Gage
are
was
you ready for the
broken at
first
this.
card? I'm going to tell you the card name, and then we're going to have a bunch of questions about that card.
Okay, let's see what we got.
The first card I think you'll be familiar with. We'll see how familiar you are exactly. The first card is the Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf.
Ooh, Sunlight Wolf. Okay, so what questions do you have to ask for me aside from the price?
So the
Wait, which version of Sunlight Wolf? I'm confused.
price is going to be last, so
Okay.
we'll get to that later.
Oh, I see. So there's multiple questions about the card. Oh, okay.
That the price is worth the most points based on what you guess and how close you are.
Okay.
The first question is a 2-part question. It is, when did this card come out, which year, and which set did it come out of? You get 2 points if you answer
2019. Savage Strike.
both correctly. 1 if you get 1, and 0 obviously if you get 0. So if you can name the year and the set for this card, you get 2 points.
Okay, so this is a bit of a trick question for people who might not know, because immediately I think most people are going to say, oh, duh, this came out in the Salamangreat structure deck. It did not. It came out in a core set that I believe came out right before the release of the Salamangreat structure deck, because I remember doing a video on like the budget Salamangreat structure deck with just 3 structure decks, and it didn't have a Sunlight Wolf, so the deck sucked. And we also were just like,
Maybe make chat emote only, do not get spoiled. The thing is, we're fine, because first of all, this is not a serious competition. It's not as serious, but on the other hand, chat doesn't know shit. Like, there could be, there's no point. There's legitimately no point. When it comes to card prices, when it comes to whatever, like, it's like, I would not know who to take serious. I mean, some people are gonna know, but half of the people are just gonna spam whatever they think is the answer. And then it's just gonna be, chat is gonna be full with different numbers, different prices, and I'm gonna have no idea what's gonna be what's right and what's wrong. So it's fine.
near this point in like history of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay,
So
Mr. By Ultimate
Salamangreat
Slayer,
is
dude,
part of
I
Toss, but
didn't
it's
say I was
obviously,
better
like,
than that.
early. So now I have to remember my set releases around that time.
This is why I think you might be good at this, just because you've
But
done
that's like the fun of it, right? The fun is we guess together, right? You guys can take part.
so many of these series.
Yeah.
You've been through all these sets a lot.
I'm a bit of a mini Yu-Gi-Oh historian at this point. So where it gets a bit confusing is I'm pretty sure the Salamangreat structure that came out in 2019. It was early 2019, I believe. I think it was like January or February. It's tough though, because I don't remember the core set. I'm gonna have to think about this. The core set that came out around that time is either like late 2018 or early 2019. For when
I will
Summon.
remind you that your lifeline for this set of questions, because there is a
I think it's Savage Strike. I think it's the same set that Borreload Savage was in, which was Savage Strike. Someone in chat said Soul Fusion, which could also be correct, but I think it's Savage Strike. I think Soul Fusion is one set before or after. I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's
lifeline
Savage
for each
Strike.
set of questions. So if you want a lifeline for the year of the set, the lifeline option that you have is one word from the original set. It's going to make it a lot easier if you don't know the original set. It won't necessarily help you with the year if you don't know when that came out, but it will help with that other part.
But see, this is the first set. So, or this is the first card. I want to save this for when it's actually difficult. So
I'm just reminding you that that is an option.
Yeah,
if you're not sure.
Thank you, but I will politely pass on that. Okay.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember like what sets came out around that time. So like Dark Neostorm was Orcus, so it's before Dark Neostorm. What was before that? Like Soul Fusion was around there as well.
Oh yeah, Soul Fusion is
Soul Fusion
is Thunder Dragon.
was a purple set. Soul Fusion had like a lot of the random like thunder crap. I'm trying to think if there was a set between Soul Fusion and Dark Neostorm, and I think there might have been, because I think Soul Fusion was the end of 2018. Dark Neostorm was like May 2019. So I think there was like a set in between those two.
Maybe there could be, who knows?
I'm trying to think of like the color, because like you know how the booster packs follow the color wheel, like they have that pattern. I'm trying to remember like the order of the colors.
That would honestly be a really good lifeline. The color of the booster pack.
The color of the booster pack would be good. Yeah,
that's what
That wouldn't help me at all. I forget that shit like half a year down the line. I don't know what color a set had anymore. The very old one I remember, the nostalgic ones, but like literally if you ask me the color of Savage Strike, no idea. I don't even know what card is on the thing.
I should do, because this other one's a little bit too easy.
No,
I kind
you
of
know
like
what?
that actually.
No, Soul Fusion. What Dark Neostorm was right after Soul Fusion, I think, because I think purple and then black and then white is the order. Because I'm thinking Gladiator's Assault, then Phantom Darkness, then Light of Destruction. So I actually think Soul Fusion was
Savage, right?
before
Okay.
that. So then the question becomes: is I think blue comes before purple?
We've gotten
Is
into
this a thing, by the way? Is this a thing? Is it always the same color scheme? The same like cycle? I've never noticed that. How did I never notice that? Well, I mean, okay, I forget about I just said I forget about the artwork like 6 months down the line, so it makes sense I never noticed that. How many is it? Like, how many are in the cycle? How many colors? Like 4? I mean, there's like green sets, there's pink sets, there's black sets, there's white sets. There's more than that. There's more than 4. 7 to make a rainbow. All right.
colors.
Noted.
Yeah.
On the first question.
Okay, so I have to guess the year and the set specifically.
Yeah, but you get 1 point for each. So if you only get one, you still get a point.
Okay. It's tough that it's like the end of a year. If it was like in the middle, that would be a lot easier.
I'm going to give you one slight hint, just for free here. You have not said the name of the set yet.
Oh, okay. So clearly I'm missing something then. How polite.
How is that a small hint? It's like, yeah, I think it's this set or that set. You're like, no, it's none of those two.
Of you. Thank you for the free lifeline.
You're the first guess. You get one bonus hint.
Wow, I'm way off then if I'm forgetting it. What's God, I'm
You're
trying to
forgetting
visualize
a big set. You're forgetting a big one.
I have to be forgetting a big one. I remember it was a rare too.
Well, that's good because that's the next question. So hold on to that.
Okay. Oh my God. I'm kicking myself that I can't remember the set. I'm like visualizing it too.
You're gonna be so mad if you don't remember this. You can use.
I don't want to waste
lifeline.
the lifeline, Ruxin. I don't want to waste the
It's
lifeline.
not a waste if you get the answer right when you would have missed it.
But I can save it for something else.
But it can only equal 2 points at max.
God. Oh my God.
So if you
know
miss
what?
both-
Fine. You talked me into the lifeline. I'll use it. Whatever.
You get to know one of the words from the set. So it's a 2-word set. So I'm giving you
Okay, don't tell him savage. Tell him strike.
50% of the
Literally,
word here.
yeah.
And this might help you with the year. Do you want the first or the second word?
Oh my God. You're going to make me
It's all in your hands.
second. I feel like the second's going to be
That's
more
harder.
descriptive than the first.
The second word is strike.
Savage Strike. So white was before black. Okay. So God. Okay. Yeah. So it's Savage Strike. Savage
Lifeline
Strike.
Andy.
Oh God. Now wait. Was Savage Strike right at the end of 2018 or the beginning of 2019?
Oh, this is so much more fun than I thought it was gonna be.
God, I feel like that made it.
Oh, no wonder it's 48 freaking minutes, man. I've already finished my food. It's the first question, Zemo.
Because I'm pretty sure Soul Fusion was like right at the end of 2018.
You want to lock those in?
And I'm like, usually they release core sets in 3-month increments. And if Dark Neostorm was May of 2019, I want to say Savage Strike was like the end of January, beginning of February, and the Salamangreat structure that came out like a couple weeks after that, I think. So I'm gonna go 2019 Savage Strike. Final answer.
Simo? The lifeline paid off.
Okay.
2 points
Good.
for you.
2 points.
Savage Strike was released on February 1st, 2019. So you're exactly right with the timeline of it.
Yeah.
So it was very beginning of February. I was worried you were going to go 2018 for a second and talk yourself into that, but you figured it out. And fortunately for you, so you're up to 2 points.
I like this new style. I like that you get some other knowledge in there as well. That's kind of cool. The name of the show is a little misleading now, but it's cool.
It's already. The second question, what is the rarity of this original printing? You seem to already know.
It's a
what
rare.
was your answer again?
It was a rare.
It's a rare. You're locking that in?
Yep.
Boom. 3 points in a row.
Boom.
No suspense needed.
Easy.
You already have 3 points. That's going to be every card. You're going to have those 2 questions. So prepare for that on the future future cards
cool.
coming.
That gets you
now
thinking.
we get to one that's a little bit harder, I think. It's so hard that I made a multiple choice because it would have been impossible just to guess.
Okay.
For a lot of these cards. The next question, question number 3 for the Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf. How many printings does this card have?
Oh my God.
Okay, it's got... I might be able to do this. It's got a common in an OTS pack. It's got a super rare in an ODS pack. It's got a ghost rare now. And it's got the original rare, which makes 4. It's definitely at least 4. I think it has another... Does it have an ultra rare? I feel like I've seen ultra rare Sunlight Wolf before. I'm pretty sure it's got an ultra. From like some side set, reprint set, whatever. I think it's 5.
God. Okay.
So
Like,
obviously without multiple choice, this would be really difficult.
Thing.
So you have 4 answers here. Your lifeline here is to eliminate half if you need it. So you can get down to 2 answers.
Sure.
Okay, so your first option A is 3 printings.
Okay.
Second option B is 5 printings. Third option C is 9 printings. And your fourth option D is 2 printings.
Okay, I was between 4 and 5, so it's obviously it's 5.
So it's
not
3,
9.
5, 9, and 2.
There's no way
Correct.
it's 9.
I can immediately eliminate 2 because I know for a fact it comes in rare. It comes in super because it had an OTS pack reprint, which looked very clean at the time. And then it also comes in ghost randomly. I don't know who decided it needs to come in ghost, but it does. I can also eliminate 3 because I believe it also comes in ultra. I got like a reprint in one of like the side sets as ultra. So that's 4. And then I think it...
Imagine it's always this question, then it's like a random blue eyes white dragon. How many printings does this card have? Yeah, like 69, dude.
Has a 25th anniversary printing as well, which would put us to 5. So it's between 5 and 9, so I don't need a lifeline. The question is, are there 4 more printings of this card? The thing is, I don't need to know if there's 9 necessarily, because I just have to know if there's 1 more than 5. Because if I know there's 6, then the answer's 9, because then it can't be 5.
That's true. It's also assuming that you're correct on all the printings.
Incorrect.
That is true. That is true. I really want to say it has a common printing at some point.
It does have
I feel
that.
like it got a common printing somewhere, and I don't remember what, but I swear I've seen like a common.
What did he
version of
say
it
that
before.
it doesn't have?
But
then?
if it also came in like
He said
the rarity
quarter
collection
century
or anything like that, that could have been the extra 4 printings right there, because it'd been like 25th anniversary and like all the different things. So like that's where it could possibly hit 9.
Oh, he said 25th, yeah.
You know what? I'll say 9.
Yeah, he's
All
gonna
right, you
say
locking
9.
that
I was
in?
about
Locking
to
it
say
in.
he's gonna say
Final
9.
answer.
He talked
You
himself
were right
into 9.
about almost everything except the answer. You nailed every printing except you added the 25th anniversary, which doesn't exist.
Oh, okay.
So there's a
maybe I was
common
making that up.
printing in the Tin of Lost Memories. There's a Ghost Rare. There's a Savage Strike printing. There's an ultra rare from Armageddon, and then there's the OTS pack. But there's no 25th
There's
anniversary.
no 25th. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought there was a 25th anniversary one. So I was right with the common, which would have put us to 5.
Yeah,
and
I think he mistook the Ghost Rare printing as the quarter century printing. That's probably what happened.
Yeah,
because I thought there was a 25th, that would put us to 9 then, because it would have like the extra version. So,
and I'll give you one extra hint is that if it was in Rarity Collection, it would have 7 more, so it would have been over 9.
Oh, it would have been over
because it has to have 7. So
yeah,
for a few, and there may be some cards that have Rarity Collection printings.
He gaslit himself, but it didn't even make any sense. The way he gaslit himself didn't make sense because if it's in Rarity Collection, it's got 7. Yeah.
I don't even remember what I gave you, but okay, but that's okay. You're still at 3 points out of the possible 4, so you're still doing pretty good.
That's okay.
That's the multiple choice is one of the tougher ones. That's pretty hard.
I'm impressed. I knew all of the other printings of Sunlight
Yeah,
Wolf.
you were nailing everything, but that shows you how hard that is. Like if you just mess up one thing, you can miss the multiple.
Where
choice.
was the common from again?
The common was from 2010, I believe.
Oh,
yeah, the
okay.
2010.
Oh, I thought that one was OTS too.
All right,
okay,
the last
OTS,
question
also,
for this card, which is
okay.
our price question. So I changed up how this works because there's no tiers and stuff like that this year. I wanted to be able to be more flexible with which prices we use and stuff like that. If you're within 10% of the card's price, you get 3 points. So you can get as many as you have right now. You can double it if you get within 10%. If you get within 20%, you get 2 points. Within 30%, you get 1 point. And if you nail it, you get 4 points.
Okay.
You get right on within a, like it has to be on the dollar to get the 4. Okay, so we're asking about the same card. We're gonna do the Ghost Rare printing because that's like the high rarity. First,
the thing is, I got the Ghost Rares when the set dropped, and I want to say they were almost $50 in Europe. In Europe, it was around 50 when this thing released. The thing is, I don't know if it's different in the US, and I don't know if it maybe went up because of the format that's about to happen, right? It's like there is certainly probably an increase in demand in Sunlight Wolf, right? Because like, you know, it's about to be fire format, and a lot of the fire decks are going to play one Sunlight Wolf, and people are going to want the Ghost Rare for that, right? The thing is, they only need 1, right? And there aren't that many Salamangreat players out there anymore, so maybe it doesn't spike by that much, but it's probably more than 50. And it is US prices. I'm just gonna say $70.
Edition Ghost Rare from the Soul Burning Volcano. What is the price of this in near mint condition?
Full disclosure, I have 0 clue what this actually is.
We knew that.
This may shock you as someone who hasn't played modern Yu-Gi-Oh in a minute. I do know that Sunlight Wolf is extremely popular right now because Rescue Ace is a deck. It also is popular because Fire King is a deck, and you know that's rising in popularity. So I know the card is being played outside of Salamangreat. So it's going to have some value just because it's one of the best.
I'm going to speed it up a little bit because otherwise we're not going to get to build anything anymore.
Fire exceeds, not exceeds. Best Fire Link monsters.
That's still fine, I think.
And by the way, your lifeline is lower or higher. So you can do the lower or higher like in the previous game.
All right. We're not going to waste more lifelines on Sunlight Wolf. I'm sorry. As much as I love Salamangreat, we're not going to do that. We're going to go with Ghost Rare highest printing. It's still a Ghost Rare, right? It's got to have some value.
But how much exactly is the question?
Yeah, like how much would I pay for a Ghost Rare Sunlight Wolf is the question. It's from what set again? It's from the side set, right?
Yeah, Soul Burning Volcano that came out in August.
All right, I got my answer. I'm going to go $40.
40 big ones. Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I think because it's a Ghost Rare and because like a lot of the fire decks want it, it does have like some higher demand. If it's more than that, I will genuinely be shocked. So $40, final answer.
Well, you can proceed to being shocked.
Okay.
This card is $88.
Okay, I said, what did I say, 70?
You only need one of it.
The way you were talking about it, I thought you were going to guess like 200.
Then
you said it's a one-up, and I was like, okay, it might be coming back toward.
I didn't realize it went up by that much.
So, unfortunately,
no points.
Oh, it's not that much on card market yet? Okay, it's like 60 on card market already.
People like their Ghost Rares.
It's performing really well compared to recent Legendary Duelist Ghost Rares. Like those $40 would be actually high. Some of them are like 20. You know, they're very low. So it is higher than those, but this one, I guess, because of the playability, and Sunlight Wolf is kind of I think a fan favorite for people who played the, you know, the Salamangreat deck and stuff like that. Yeah. So it's got that going for it. It's kind of one of the only good cards in that set, so that kind of helps too.
King Emrock, thank you for the 2 months, and Average Jace, thank you for the Prime. Also, Omni, thank you for the 18 months earlier. Appreciate that. Happy New Year to you as well.
You do need like 3. And so, like, yeah, but no one's really playing Salmon Grade, even if people like the deck. And so
and it could be something like you mentioned. You mentioned it might be a little inflated, which it could be, because I remember it recently being in the 60s. So I think it's gone up recently.
And you know what? If it was in like the 60s, that's like more believable. I would never pay $90 for a Ghost Rare Sunlight Wolf. I'm sorry, that's insane.
Yeah, that's a crazy one, but that's okay. That's okay. It's only we got 4 more cards. So let's just move on to them. You're doing fine. This one's actually a little bit harder though. So let's see if you know. I was writing these, and every time I
best Runick variant going into the next format, I actually think we've been talking about that quite a bit today. I think Runick Snake Eye with the Phantom Nightmare support has a real shot at being the best Runick deck. I don't know if it's good yet before Phantom Nightmare, but it's looking really nice after.
Put the card in, I'm like, Simo's gonna know this card. He's gonna know where it's from. So I feel like you're gonna know this just because of your random knowledge. So let's see if I was right. Card number 2, you're up to 3 points. Not terrible, but you have room to improve. The Frost and Flame Dragon is our next Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay, let's go. All right, so
this is funny because I looked at that thing literally 2 days ago. Because of Edison, I looked into getting some.
What's first, set and
yes,
year?
The year and the set of the original printing.
But what set is it from, man? It's like 2000. It's Tactical Evolution, right? I think it's Tactical Evolution, which would make it 2007. I think that's it. It's 2007. Tactical Evolution.
Flame Dragon was from Tactical Evolution.
Yes.
Yeah, easy. And it was, when was Tactical Evolution printed? That's the real question.
2007.
Okay, let me think about this. 2000 and Tactical Evolution was right before Gladiator's Assault, which was right before Teledad. So 2007. Tactical Evolution 2007.
All right, he had to calibrate all his series together for that answer. Is that your final answer?
Final answer. Final answer.
Tactical Evolution was released on August 15th, 2007. Woo! And so you are correct on both of those. 2 points. So you're up to 5 points now.
Secret Rare, 6 points.
I think you're going to crush the year in the set.
Secret Rare, next.
I knew you were going to crush these. These are the ones I was like, oh gosh, he's going to get all these right. Okay, well, you're on fire right now. That's 6 points in a row. Nice and quick.
Am I on Frost and Fire?
Multiple choice. Yeah, multiple choice here.
2.
Number of printings. Now, this one might be a little bit more difficult.
This is going to be tough. Yeah.
And because I did not write it down, let me make sure that I know the answer. I think I do because I did it yesterday, but timeout, wait.
While you're looking that up, the reason that I know Frost and Flame Dragon so well is because I actually attended the sneak peek for it. And I remember like people think, because everyone loves their chaos monsters, right? Everyone thinking like, oh, this is so sick. It's like a fire, water, chaos monster, right? Not that it's good, but the artwork was just sick. And so I remember just like a lot of people.
Wait, but why Frost and Flame and Edison?
Like the card just because
don't worry about it.
It was just something different at the time.
Yeah, I found this card recently in like a collection, and I was like, this is one of the coolest looking cards I've ever seen.
It's sick.
Like, the Secret Rare looks amazing on it. I was like, this is such an unknown card. Like, I remember it was like okay in Duel Links for a little bit, and I'd kind of heard of it from there, but I didn't know what set it came from. And then I got it. I was like, this is a secret in Tactical Evolution. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it has no other reprint besides the Speed Duel common, which is pictured here.
Right, the number of printings for Frost and Flame Dragon. Here are your answers.
All right, what are my
your
multiple choices?
Yeah. A, 3. B, 6. C, 1. Or D, 9.
I like how you put these in like...
Okay. 2 is not on here. But I'm not sure. That it has to be 3 then. Unless the Speed Duel doesn't count, then it's only 1. But surely the Speed Duel counts.
A random order. Like you don't just go like 1, 3, 6, 9. It's just one. It's
some weird print. Maybe there's oh, you know one thing that could be? There could be Speed Duel cards often have a common and a secret rare. That could be it.
Anyway.
Well, I thought about that. I was like, should I put it in order? I was like, no, it's more mysterious if you do it the other way.
It's more sus if you do it this way. Okay. This is going to be tough, actually. So I know everything about Frost and Flame Dragon prior to this question, but now, okay. The real question is, who would in their mind at Konami would think, you know what? We need to reprint Frost and Flame Dragon. That's what we need to do. I will say, I do think this card has at least more than one printing. I think it has like a super rare or like a common reprint, maybe both. I'm pretty sure it's not just like one of those Tactical Evolution secrets that has like never been reprinted. It could be, but I swear it has like one extra printing. I'm gonna go on a limb and say this card does not have 9 printings. That seems insane that this terrible
It has to be 3. I can't think of more than
so you don't want to use your lifeline is what you're saying.
No, I'm not gonna use my lifeline on this. I want to save it for later.
Okay.
So at this point, I'm between...
Duelist League promo card can count as 4 prints, which would give it 6. Oh, is that like the blue rare, red rare purple rare, green rare kind of thing. Does it have that? I don't actually know, but if it does have that,
3 and 6.
if it does have that, and if they count it as 4, then it would be 6. I guess that's it could also count as only 1 though. Oh, okay, so it's either 3 or 6 depending on how they count it, right?
Just begs the question, would they have really reprinted Frost and Flame Dragon like 3 extra times? And like they could have, like, it's just one of those like random bad cards that they could put in one of those, like, I could see them putting it in like a star pack or like just some random set like that like no one actually like buys.
This does feel like a star pack card, like,
oh, like the little kids are gonna buy the $1 pack, you know, and then it's like,
then
oh,
like,
Frost and
ooh,
Flame Dragon, this is so cool, right?
Yeah, this is the coolest card I've ever seen.
Cool,
I bet it's really good.
Yeah.
Don't
I'm just
mock
trying
the
to put
little kids
myself
for liking Frost and
into
Flame
like
Dragon.
the mind of the Frost and Flame Dragon, and like what set would this card be reprinted in, especially back then, because I feel like there'd be no reason for them to reprint this card now. There's no way this thing has. I'm gonna go with 3. I'm pretty sure it has at least 1 extra printing that is not the secret rare, so I'm gonna lock in 3. Final answer.
Okay, this was a very tricky question, and here's why.
Count as 6.
It has the secret rare printing as you listed.
Yes.
It has the common you mentioned.
Okay.
And then here's the kicker.
Does it have like a Duelist League fucking printing?
It has 4 Duelist League.
I knew it. I knew there was some random thing I was
3,
forgetting.
but it's actually 6 because they did 4 of the same ones.
Oh my god! I knew there was some weird thing with this. I knew it. I knew that was
your logic was so sound that I was sure you were gonna pick 3 because I was like, "There's no way they would have printed 6," and it's like he's right, except they did 4 at once.
Yeah.
So it's like, in the 3 is really like that could be included into 1 almost, but it's 4 different like cards.
Yeah,
so,
because it's like the blue rare, the red rare.
yeah, it's all different name colors. So you were right. Both of these you've been right on. You've just barely missed them. The multiple choice is very difficult.
Dude, you got destroyed, man.
You're gonna recover right here on the price. You're gonna get some points.
Am I? I don't know.
I'm asking you about the first edition secret from Tactical Evolution. What is
first edition secret, man? That's expensive as hell, dude.
Price of the Frost and Flame Dragon?
That's like I mean, it's not as expensive as other secrets though. I remember
this is one of those cards that's like collectors have this just because it's like
it's probably like 80
first ed secret rare from like an old
and it looks
set.
sweet
And it looks good. Yeah, like
70.
I would say, like, it's just like a neat looking card. I don't know if you know this actually. Like back in the day,
70. I'll say 70.
Even though it wasn't played, like people just thought it looked cool. So like it was actually an expensive secret rare.
That makes sense because this is one of the coolest Yu-Gi-Oh cards I've ever seen.
Yeah, if only it was good. That's the problem.
Yeah, that would be nice too.
They're like, nah, the Chaos Monsters, we can't do this again. Sadly. Oh my god. First Ed Near Mint, Frost and Flame, Takev. I can also see this like being a card that no one wants and it's like worth nothing. Like I genuinely can see it going both ways. Would I pay more for this than a Ghost Rare Sunlight Wolf? That's the actual question.
You do have a lifeline.
Nah, we're not using that.
It's a pretty hard one.
I got an answer.
Okay.
For the first edition Secret Rare Frost and Flame Dragon, we're gonna go with $125.
125. Is that the final answer?
That's the final answer. Yes.
Simo, your streak of not knowing prices continues. But I will say this is a very hard card. Okay. This is one that I wouldn't have known either, to be honest. Okay. But when I saw it, I was like, to be
honest, if it was that, I wouldn't have been super shocked either. This is not like a super off the wall guess.
Gotta do this one because it's so weird.
Okay.
Because old cards are sometimes super random.
Wow.
So that's what I said.
Oh, it's only 65. Okay. It's like sometimes you freaking see an old card and you're like, okay, this card is bad. It's probably not worth much. And then someone tells you, yeah, but there's actually only like this one printing of a set that actually there was a Walmart that burned down and it had 90% of the population of the set in it, and that's why it's now worth $2 million. And you're like, okay, well, I guess that makes sense, you know? So
yeah,
that's what I said.
It's less than a Sunlight Wolf. It's kind of crazy.
That's crazy. I thought because it's like an older secret, and like especially because those are hard to find, like first ed near mint, like a lot of the older cards like are kind of like in like the $80 to $100 range. And so especially because it has like the cool factor, like maybe it'll be a little bit more than that. Like I could see it, but I could also see it being worth $60 because honestly that's probably what it should be worth.
Honestly, I think your guess is really good because it doesn't have a recent reprint. Like Duelist League is, I think, no, okay. Actually, the Speed Duel GX midterm is where the common came out. That probably hurt the price. That probably hurt the price actually because before then it had been 12 years or whatever. Interesting. So yeah, that's still a pretty good guess, to be honest. That's one of the harder cards I've asked about the price. So.
I'd be curious if like we went back prior to the GX box release, what like the price of that card was at that point. And maybe it didn't even move. Maybe it was still about
I don't think the freaking GX reprint changed anything. Like people that want the old one, they want the old one. And in Speed Duel, you can't play the old one anyways.
I'm clicking on the TCG player graph. The last year, no, it didn't impact it at all.
Oh, okay. So it's actually
because it's actually gone up. It used to be a $30 card.
Wow.
This year, it was a $30 card. That's insane.
That's
okay,
insane.
Wow. That I would not have
You
expected.
know those
okay.
old secrets are sometimes just insane money, whether they're playable or not. That's just like how it goes.
Yeah, there are like super rares from that era that are worth that much.
I know.
Like 30. So that's
All right.
pretty weird.
All
Okay,
right,
let's
we're
go
going
on
on
to
the
the third
street
card.
to get every price wrong. That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, you're on the price game. You're gonna get everything else right. You're not gonna get the prices right.
We're gonna rename the series "The Price Is Wrong."
The price is wrong. I think that you're gonna do pretty well in this one.
All right.
The next card is Yazi, Evil of the Yangzing.
Oh,
Okay.
God,
So first
dude.
question is, year and the...
Oh, okay. It was originally a secret rare. What was the set? NECH is the, I think. NECH is the short
this
thing.
card was
What is
released
that?
in.
Next
Well,
Challengers?
this helps that we just did this in Prague. So
That does help.
New
yeah.
Challenger?
Set
I don't know what
was
the NECH. It's 2015, I think.
Challengers?
It could be
New
14.
challengers? always
I
wanna
would
call
say
it next
15.
challengers, but it's new challengers. So it's new challengers, and that was released in 2014, 2015. It's one of those two.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say it before he says it. I think it's 2014, but I don't know.
Duelist Alliance was right before that. That was August. So New Challengers was the fall set. So that would have been November.
You do not have a lifeline, so it's all up to you.
I don't need a
in your brain.
lifeline. I'm going into the encyclopedia. One moment. Trying to like use another set as like a basis year wise. Necros is 2015. Yeah. So 2014. New Challengers 2014.
Final answer?
Yes.
The New Challengers technically has a "the" at the beginning, but I'm not going to dock you
Oh,
for that.
excuse me.
The New Challengers. I just let you know for future SEMO Encyclopedia moments. Was released on November 7th, 2014.
There we go.
Just like you said. So
Yep.
2 points. So
That
you
was a
have
secret.
6 points out of these questions. You're crushing these.
Yeah.
Now, do you know the rarity of the original printing?
Secret.
So the way I do these is they have two printings, and either one is correct. So this had both a secret and an ulti. So you get that.
That's
that
true.
question
And
Oh,
right.
right,
printed
right,
as
true,
well.
Yeah, it
true,
also
true,
had an
true.
ultis, but you got the secret right. So that's 3 points.
It also
Easy.
helped that I pulled this in Prague, so it's very
Yeah,
salient.
that'll help. Yeah, good
Yeah.
memories. Let's see if you can get a multiple choice question correct. How many printings does the Yazi have? First answer,
Okay.
A, 5, B, 3, C, 6, or D, 8.
Okay, does ulti and secret count as 2? Because it definitely has a common, and it definitely has an ultra rare from like Ghost from the Past, which would already put it at 4 if ulti and secret counts as 2, which eliminates 3. I know about the common, the ultra, ulti, and secret. There has to be at least one more. I can't think of any more. It must... Oh yeah, you guys are right. It must have a Megatin reprint, so it's at least 5. I can't think of number 6. So I'm gonna say 5.
Want to say when this got reprinted in the Megatin, I think they kept it secret. I don't think they downgraded it.
True,
to Ultra
this
in
was the
Megatin.
time-
They may have, but
This was a thing they did very often back in the day, and people complained about it. They kept a lot of the cards the same rarity going into the Megatins, so they just looked almost the same. There's a lot of cards like that.
What printings did it get after those initial 3? I feel like it had an Ultra print in like some reprint set at one point. So that would be 4, assuming that's even correct.
Don't forget about your lifeline.
I have the lifelines, I'm aware.
Oh, it has a rare print, no? Doesn't it have a rare print? I'm
The
not
fact
sure.
that Sword Soul was such a popular deck, it could have been that like Yazi got a
Is that Baxia I'm thinking of? Does Baxia have a rare print? Baxia does, right?
print in some set as well at that point. Like I could see there being like a super
Baxia
Yazi.
does. Okay,
Maybe it was
okay.
like like an OTS.
That's what I-
pack
okay.
printing of Yazi,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe? I might be just making that up. I feel like it's between 5 and 6. I know there's more than 3. I'm pretty sure it has at least 4.
I know, I think, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Logic.
You're nailing it.
I'm gonna rule out 8. I don't think it has 8 printings.
Okay,
That seems like
officially
that
ruling
seems
it
like
out.
too.
I like it.
I think it's 5 or 6. I think it's 5 or 6.
Okay.
Pick
You've used
one.
your own lifeline here.
Yeah, I use my own lifeline.
For the
If you're
love of
right.
God,
If I'm
pick
right.
one.
I also could have just removed the correct answer. But I feel like the fact you specifically gave me 5 and 6 is to mess with me.
Or is it?
Or is it? Yeah, it could have just been 3 the whole time, and I'm just making stuff up now. I'm going to say 5. Final answer.
Final
That's what I
answer,
said too, right?
5 printings of the Yazi. Simo, you've gotten one right!
Yeah!
5
Nice.
printings! Let's go!
Okay, so what were the other two?
You nailed it. So yeah, the ultra printing was from Ghost from the Past.
Okay.
And then you mentioned an OTS pack print. They got a common in there. An OTS 17.
It's funny. I'm like, I felt like it may have not even been a super. I almost thought it was a common, but Yazi seems like too good of a card to print a common, so I thought it may have just been in the super slot. But okay, all right.
Yep, it was a common in OTS 17. So you basically nailed all of them. So the Yazi's been your best one.
Not bad.
It's been your best one.
Yeah.
And now the question is, do you know the price of the new Challenger's first edition Ultimate Rare Near Mint?
No.
60.
Oh my god.
Can you get within 30% to at least get 1 point?
I don't know. I've only been within 50% of my best.
Yeah,
so
you haven't
far.
been close yet, but now's the time.
All right. Are any like actual good decks playing Yazi right now? I don't think so. I'm like,
Maybe
I'm so
60
out
is
of the
too
loop
much.
with, like, just random stuff. But it's also like an ulti, like Yazi. It's just like a neat card. If this was back during like Sword Soul era, this would be expensive because I'm pretty sure this card spiked up in price during then, just because like it's Yazi.
That's
You are
true.
perfect
It's
on the
not
Yazi
been
so
seen
far.
that
Do
much
not
play
blow it
recently.
I know, I can't ruin it. Oh my god. Do I use the lifeline here to get the perfect Yazi? But there's still 2 more cards.
2 more cards, but you've only used what? 1 lifeline?
I've only used 1 lifeline. Foolishly.
Okay. You've only used 1, and you haven't used the multiple choice one or the guessing the price one. Those are the hardest questions. So
This is a tough one. I feel like this one is so dependent on if it's playable or not.
what's your ballpark right now? Like, what are you thinking?
I'm in a low range. I'm in like the 40 to 50 range because it's like the ulti's probably the most valuable one of them all.
What did I say? 60,
between
right?
that and
I
the
said
Secret,
60?
People would prefer that, but like it's not being played in anything. And if it is being played in anything, it's like 1 deck at most. I'm kind of just tempted to say like 40, but that even seems kind of high, honestly. I'll say $40. Why not?
$40. You locking that one in?
Sure.
All right, $40 for the Ultimate Rare. Seems kind of high.
It seems
he said.
high. It seems high.
He said it seems high. It is indeed high.
Uh-oh.
This card is $15.
I'm like, this is way too.
15 for an ulti. I'm gonna pick one up. What the hell?
Too expensive for
Holy.
this. Yeah, I had a feeling.
That
This is
makes
not the
no
perfect
sense.
Yazi, but you did make 1 more step toward perfect. So this next card, you're going to get them all right.
Okay.
15?
All right, question number 4, or the card number 4, I should say. Lightning Storm.
Okay.
Which year and which set was this card
Oh,
originally
God.
printed in?
Okay. Lightning Storm
Storm.
is Ignition Assault. When Ignition Assault was
Ignition Assault 2019 or 20? 2020.
released is a better question. I'm
Early
pretty
2020.
sure it was like in or around during the pandemic. I think it was like before, which would be like
It was
I
legal
think it's
for
like
the last
end of
YCS
2019,
before
beginning of
COVID.
2020.
I
After the
remember that.
encyclopedia.
I remember people
This is
needing
where this is
Lightning
where the
Storms
hole
because
in
it
the
just came
encyclopedia
out, so
starts
it's
to
2020.
form.
Yeah.
Just because I wasn't playing like as hardcore during that. This is when Prague started, actually.
Oh, yeah. It took you a while to get to the later sets, so.
What was the green set?
Dude, this thing has
that
infinite
was
prints
Rise
though.
of
I
the
just
Duelist?
realized. This
That
card has
introduced Starlight
infinite
Warriors.
prints.
So Rise of the Duelist was first. So then there's a yellow set. The yellow
God
set's
damn,
typically
how
the
many
fall set.
prints,
So then
dude?
that means Ignition Assault was the red set, which means it was probably the winter set. So I'm gonna go with Ignition Assault 2020.
It's in Rarity Collection too.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Ignition Assault.
It's in
is
Rarity
correct, and
Collection,
it was
so it's
released on
7.
January 31st.
The original set had a
2020.
Starlight, so that's 9.
So you nailed it. Rise of the Duelist did not introduce Starlight
It
Rares,
has
though.
Oh, no,
it has
what's it
a
called? The,
collector's rare from
Rising
King's
Rampage.
Court or whatever.
Sorry, yes.
You were close. You were
It
close.
was in
I
the
thought you were about to go way
Megatins.
off when you said that. I was like, where is he going?
No,
with
no,
this?
no, no.
another-
I was
it's
going
like
just based by
12
the color initially.
or more.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you still
Magnificent
nailed it. You got it
Mavens
right.
had it as an
Now, do you know the
Ultra.
rarity of the original
Holy.
Lightning Storm?
So the original Lightning Storm was a
It's
secret
like
rare, but
12,
it was also a
13,
Starlight
14
rare as
prints.
well.
You are correct on both
Holy
of those.
shit.
So that might help you with your multiple choice coming up. So that is another point. You've nailed all of those so far. On to the multiple choice, which
I
has
hate
been
this. I hate
pretty
this.
tough. You got the last
Oh,
one,
it's
though.
got a Pharaoh's
How many
rare
printings
as
does
well.
Lightning Storm have?
Holy.
Here are your answers.
I'm ready.
Option A, 15.
Oh,
Option B, 5. Option C, 10. Or option D, 11.
Okay.
It's 15.
So, secret
It's 15
rare,
then.
Starlight rare. This is where things go off the rails because I'm pretty sure this
We
has a
already
rarity
have
collection
more than
print,
11.
which
It
would
has to
add
be 15.
7
I can't
to
think
that,
of all
so then
15, but it
that would
has
put
to
us
be
9.
unless they count.
I believe prior to that though,
Unless they count, there was a different one in Europe than in America, right? In the Pharaohs rare, so one of them had silver lettering and one had gold lettering. So if they count that as 2, maybe we get to 15. It has to be 15.
Where does it keep going from there?
That is the question that you have to answer.
Lucky
Just
me.
pick the highest one, dude.
I'm gonna go with 11. I don't know why. My gut's telling me 11. Not that
No,
my
it's not
gut's been
11.
doing.
There's
a
no way
good
it's
job
11.
this
It's not
episode,
11.
but I'm gonna go with 11. Final answer.
The correct answer is A15 printing.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's insane.
You got to remember, this is Konami. Staples get printed into the ground.
That's true. That is true. All right, what are the other four?
Okay, let's see. 2022 Tin of Pharaoh Gods Prismatic Secret.
Oh, the Prismatic Secret and stuff too. Yeah.
I think the ultra you were thinking of was King's Court, which also had a collector rare in there. Then Magnificent Mavens had an ultra rare. Oh, did Mavens have two? Mavens had the ultra Pharaoh's
the ultra
rare.
Pharaoh rare.
And and the secret Pharaoh rare too. So there was 4 or 3 in there. 3 in the Magnificent Maven. So you had 3 in there. You had 2 in King's Court.
Yeah, I definitely forgot about like the special alt rarities. I think
Yeah, the high rarities
yeah.
made it insane right there because they did 2 in King's Court and then they did 3 later. And then they did 9 in another one. So they've been going crazy on Lightning Storm. So that one was pretty tough. You were almost there. If you thought of one more, you might have bumped it up to 15.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's fine. You're at what? I think 13 points now. So you're doing okay. Final card. Let's see if you know this one.
Wait, the price.
Oh, we did the price?
You forgot the price.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
That's the whole show.
Don't forget that. Don't forget that. First episode. We're trying to figure it out. Okay. The price of the card. Let's not forget that. First edition Starlight Rare Lightning Storm Nearman.
I'm going to actually just doom myself right now by saying this. I think I'm going to be the most accurate.
I don't think it's that expensive because there's other good ones. I want to say, I mean, I don't think this is like a 400 whatever. I'm going to say 200.
Or like there was some issue with like the production of them, and there's like way more.
Which is a lot of money, but it's not that much for Starlight Rares. But I think Lightning Storm for some reason isn't as expensive as a Starlight.
Like regular Starlight Rares, even if they're playable. God, how much did they get tanked? Though is the question. I guess they could have maintained some value though because they're still like the highest version. I don't know, 15 printings. That's a lot. Okay, I'm gonna preface this. I feel like prior to the 10 billion reprints, I think like Lightning Storm Starlights were around like 200, 250, something like that, because they were kind of like half of what like a normal Starlight was, which was like 400 or 500. With all the reprints, I feel like they could have gotten chopped down by like 10, 20, 30%. So going based off that, just because there's so many in circulation, but people still like their high rarity stuff, I'm gonna go with 175.
It also got semi-limited, which might play a role because it's mostly something that people need for competitive. But yeah.
And that still seems high to me. But I'm going to go 175. Finally.
What did I say? I said 200.
You do have a lifeline, by the way. Don't forget
I'm saving
about
that for last. I'm saving that for last.
You're saving it for last.
We already got this far. We got this far.
You're sure you're going to save it?
Yes.
You're sure you're going to save it and you're locking this in?
Yes. Final answer.
All right, 175. You were correct. This price has been chopped down by Rarity Collection, but it's been chopped all the way down to $97.
Oh, God damn. What?
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, tell me about it. I invested.
This is like the price of a freaking, what, like Starlight Rare Book of Lunar Eclipse or some shit. Holy. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I prefer Rarity Collection over Starlight. I don't like Starlights in my main decks. I don't like them. I prefer like Collector's Rare and shit. But goddamn, dude, 97?
This card in 2022, I bought it for my $1,000 thing for $300.
That's, oh my, that's grotesque. That's, oh my God. I can't. That sucks.
It is very cheap now, $97.
It makes sense. When you flood the market, like, what do you expect? Right?
Yeah, there's like now there's a 25th anniversary printing. There's collector rare, ultra. There's everything.
Yeah,
like, you know,
I think the collector, not the collector, but the 25th anniversary, like all the versions of it specifically. There's a lot of.
I mean, it does kind of make sense to me personally. I don't want the Starlight Lightning Storm. I think there is other good-looking versions out there that are just a fraction of the price. So to me, it doesn't seem worth it. But usually, when something doesn't make sense to me, that doesn't mean that it's actually going to happen. You know, like usually the opposite happens.
Other nice versions of a Lightning Storm that aren't Starlight.
Right. You don't need to buy the Starlight anymore, which now you can buy for $97, so maybe you do want to buy it.
I guess, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so
wow.
I thought you were talking yourself down there, but that's fine. That's fine.
I still thought it was just like it's an old Starlight for a playable card. I thought max rarity, people still want it, but I think the Rarity Collection.
Is there a visual difference between QCR and Starlight foils besides the imprints that QCR have? The lettering is golden on QCRs and silver on Starlights, which I will say, I think Starlights do look better than Quarter Centuries, but still, you know, they look very close to each other. For me personally, I just prefer other rarities altogether. I think sometimes Starlights or Quarter Centuries, to me personally, they just are a little bit too much. Like I prefer I like the Collector's Rare from the Rarity Collection.
Just affected it way more than I realized. So, I mean, I can't be upset.
I figured this one would be a little tricky because I just checked it the other day for my 2-year check-in and now I've lost $500 of my $1,000 already just by holding the cards. Okay, you're at 13 points. Pretty good, but this is going to be your best one yet. The final card is Enemy Controller.
Oh, let's go.
God, dude.
Let's go.
30
Year and set.
printings,
All
dude.
right, so enemy controller original printing is Ancient Sanctuary.
2003.
Ancient Sanctuary came after
four.
Invasion of Chaos, which was 2004. So it's 2004.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Ancient Sanctuary, correct. Was
Ultra
released
rare.
on June 1st, 2004. For 2 points. You got all
Easy.
8 points out of there.
Ultra
You nailed
rare.
all of those. All 8 points. You crushed it. Do you know the original rarity, though?
Ultra rare, because I have a
Yes.
playset.
So you're locking that in.
Locking that in.
That is correct. So I think you got all
I'll be
those points.
honest, for this thing, you better not start counting printings in your head when they give you the options. You just pick whichever. You just pick based on vibes.
It's
I
two.
got
So
all those points. I did not miss a single point.
We're
on any
gonna
of those.
pick it
You
based on
crushed all
vibes.
this. So you're up to
We're not
16
counting.
points. Okay.
This
so
is
we're
where
on
things are
multiple
going to
choice.
go off the rails again.
You are 1 for 4 so far.
Okay.
The number of printings. Your options are. By the way, you have a lifeline, so no reason not to use it unless
Yeah.
you just want to not. A, 10. B,
More.
24.
Could be.
C, 18.
Could be.
Or D, 31.
That's
Okay.
that
I'm
feels
going to
too
use
many.
my lifeline, so go ahead and make it easy for me.
I'm vibing with 24.
Okay, we are going to remove 10 and 18.
Oh, how courteous of you.
I'm
You picked the
vibing with
2 I knew
24.
it wasn't going to
I'm
be.
vibing with 24.
All right.
It would be a little too easy if I gave you the right answer.
Yeah, thanks. So for people who aren't aware, enemy controller has like 9,000 common printings because they printed it in like 8 million starter or structure decks just because it's like an easy card to reprint.
It could be
I'm not even
31,
going to
but
begin
I
to try
vibe with
to
B.
list
I'm
all the
sticking
different
with B.
rarities of enemy controller because we would
Go for it.
we would literally be here for like an eternity if I tried.
It's either
It could be
21 or 31.
31.
It's not that
I
many.
mean 24 or 31.
Yeah, 24. Sorry, I can't
Yeah.
read.
Okay. Honestly, I'm going to say 31 because I think there are just 31 printings of this card, just straight up.
Final answer?
Yes.
31 printings is correct.
Oh my god. Okay, first, I'm sorry. That's insane that there's 31 printings of a single
31.
card.
I could not believe this when I got on the page. I was like, oh my, I had to go to the second page on TCG Player to see all of them.
Do you want to list them all off for everyone, or you want to save some time?
All right, I'm gonna speed run this. Battle Pack 2, Battle Pack 2. And those are the 31 printings. Higher rarities, lower rarities on some of those repeats, but wow, that is a lot of cards. You got that one right.
A lot of unique rarities too, because it has like the black rare. It has like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
weird.
the black
it,
rare.
it has a lot of like the weird rarities that only ever came out.
It
like
has
one
pretty much
particular
almost
set.
every
So it just
rarity
kinda-
now.
It's one of those
It's
cards where it's
even
like, oh,
got
what
the
card has the
ulti
most
recently,
different
which looks
rarities? Like this is
sick, by
probably
the way.
this probably has a printing in everything except Ghost, in all honesty.
Yeah, Ghost, Starlight, all those like really high end ones.
Yeah.
But on the lower,
but
it
on
has
the
like
lower
every
ends,
single
it's
one.
got almost everything covered.
Yeah. All right, you are perfect on the enemy controller. Let's see. You still have your lifeline for this final
do.
guess, which is the price, which we are not going to skip. What is the price
It has
of the
an
first
ulti. Yeah, it's in the current OTS pack, just the most recent one.
edition Ancient Sanctuary Ultra Rare?
Oh, okay. It's I thought you were gonna give me the ultimate rare. Funny enough, which those look gorgeous, by the way. I might have
No,
to swap
I'm
them
going
out.
classic.
I do like the classic. Also, anyone who's a fan,
What is it? Old school enemy controller ultra rare first edition? Like 35, 40.
of the was it the Dark Revelation Super or Dark Beginning Super? It has a
35.
really nice super print from back.
Yeah,
in the day,
yeah, the
too.
Dark Beginning stuff.
Those are clean. Those are clean.
I just
Anyway.
read them all, but that was a lot. I don't remember any of them.
Okay, so original AST Econ. So I get to my lifeline is I get to ask if it's higher or lower than like some amount, right?
Yeah, whatever amount you want to
Okay.
pick, and I'll say
All right.
higher or lower.
This one's weird. Enemy Controller is a card that like goes in and out of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of the
Yeah.
times, just because it's like just generically good.
You are within striking distance of 20 points, by the way. If you get within 10%, you're going to get 20.
Ooh, okay. And I have a lifeline to help me get there.
Yeah.
The question is, how much do people really value the Ancient Sanctuary Ultras? Because I feel like if you're going by max rarity, obviously now the ultis exist, which sort of like blew all the rest of them out of the water. But I actually think a lot of people thought the Dark Beginning or Dark Revelation Super was technically a higher rarity than the Ultra. So I think those actually may be a bit more expensive than the Ultra one. Or they're like close.
I don't think
So
they're close.
But I don't think they're that expensive. I think they're definitely on the lower end, even if they're like seeing some play.
There is one way to find out.
There is, and that's with the lifeline. I am going to ask, is it higher or lower than $50?
This card is higher than $50.
Honestly, I'm kind of
What?
surprised it's that much, but okay. I was hoping you would say lower, and then I'd be able to get a lot more accurate. But now, this sort of
Now
changes.
there's a whole
No
world of
shot.
possibilities for you.
Okay. Is it more than the Sunlight Wall?
That's the real benchmark.
I don't think they're over 100.
There's no
I
way
think
it's that
that's a bit
expensive.
extreme for this card, especially now that the ulti exists.
No,
I feel like
actually, I picked one up for an Edison deck. I think I have exactly one. That was not that expensive. I didn't pay over 50 for that. I hope.
ulti would have really knocked the price of this down.
So you're between 50 and
I'm
100.
between 50 and 100.
And keep in mind, your higher or lower is just telling you it's higher. It doesn't necessarily mean, you know.
I think it's
It doesn't
first.
mean it's $5,000. It's just higher than 50.
I can also see them being worth like 52.
It was German though, I think.
That would be
That's
quite
always
interesting.
different.
Yeah. I feel like a good price for this card is like 60, 65. That's like sort of where I'm at with it. Like maybe 70.
Where is it? Where is the price? That's the question.
All right.
Will you get any points on the?
Will
on
I
the
get any
price
points
guessing?
on the final question? To be
If you
continued
get
for
1
next
point, it's a
episode.
win. If you get 1 point, it's a win. That's how we're viewing this.
I'm going to go with. I'm trying to hedge my bets in case I'm like if it's lower or like higher than like what I'm thinking.
Why are you hedging your bets at this point? You haven't gotten any right.
I guess you're.
Just go for it.
Because I'm trying to get at least 1 point, Ruxin. I'm trying to get at least.
That's
1
fair.
point.
That's fair. But if you get 3, you get 20.
You need to give
I'm
an
gonna be
answer to
incredibly
get a
specific.
point. Someone tell them.
$63.50. Final answer.
It has to be on the dollar.
Okay, $63. Fine.
Okay, 63. Okay. Locking it in?
Locking it in.
Oh, man. I wish you had guessed closer to your over or higher or your 52 randomness. Because this card is $53.
Oh my god.
But you do get points. That's within 20%, I think, right?
Woo!
So, yeah, that should be within 20%. So
I
I
get
think
2
you get 2
points?
points.
All right.
Yeah, so you get 2 points. You get 19. You were
We're so
close
to 20. So close to 20.
All right, Simo, you finished with 19 points, which overall is a pretty decent performance, but according to the prize scale, you weren't quite there. You're 1 point.
Is that a decent performance? I feel like the bar was not even like that full. Okay, well, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Okay. Okay. I don't remember them being this long, but I still enjoyed it, so it's whatever. It's fine. We don't regret. We do not regret. I kind of like the new questions. The when did the card come out? How many printings does it have? It's interesting. It really gets you thinking, which is cool. It's fun. I like it. Okay. Back to a business, and we are running a little bit low on time. We're running a little bit low on time, so we need to get going. Dude, I was gonna do so much more than just Runick Snake Eye, man. How are we gonna make this work? Okay. Let me fix this. All right. So the question basically is what do we want to achieve? What do we want to achieve with the Snake Eye Runick sort of synergy, right? Like what is it that we're looking for? Are we trying to make synchro plays? Are we trying to make link plays with the Snake Eyes? Because you could relatively easily do something like Heat Soul sort of situation, you know, like it wouldn't be that out of the, you know, like that unthinkable to end on something like a Heat Soul Flamberge with an IP Masquerena in the spell and trap zone. Right? Because one thing we could do, I don't even have all my links prepared. Because I was gonna do synchro, but there's IP. Where is Heat Soul? I have a Heat Soul somewhere here. If you manage to end on, like, you make an IP, how do we link the IP into a Heat Soul though? Because the link ones are darks, right? So we can't make a Heat Soul like that. Linkuriboh is a dark, so IP plus Linkuriboh doesn't make Heat Soul. Sunlight Wolf. We make a Sunlight Wolf, and then we make a Linkuriboh under it. Where are my Linkuribohs at? Dude, there's too many link monsters. You heard it here first. Are you playing pure Snake Eye? No, I'm cooking. I'm cooking Runick Snake Eye right now, Pack. I saw a Runick Snake Eye list, and I was trying to see if it has anything going for it. And I'm trying to decide right now. I'm trying to decide whether I want to go with a synchro version, or if I want to go into links rather. Because I'm scared. I think synchros are better, but I'm scared that synchros are gonna require a whole lot of extra deck space. And also they can get like you can get locked out of the game if they somehow prevent you from getting jet synchron. So that's kind of what the two things I'm worried about. But I'm kind of digging the synergy between Snake Eyes and Runicks, because Snake Eyes can like the effect where you send another card you control to the graveyard, I think is really nice with Runicks, because you can clear your extra monster zone, or you can send your fountain after you've used it. After you've used fountain, you send it with a Snake Eye, and then you go Gary add it back. That's kind of the main synergy I wanna work with. Basically, the first thing I think we need to figure out is what we do if we draw a hand of like 2 Runicks and Snake Eye Ash, for example, right? Like, where do we go from here? Like, we normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Let's explore the synchro variations first. So in a synchro variation, we would have to go Jet Synchron here, right? And then in order to get that Jet Synchron onto the field, let's not overcomplicate things. We would have to go Flashing Fire. Where did I put my Runick extra deck? Hugin, where are you? Dude, where did I put it? Oh, there. Nope, that's not it. God damn it. Huh? I lost my extra deck. It's gone. Oh, there. So we have to summon this, and we have to discard the Jet Synchron, right? If we don't discard the Jet Synchron here, we're not going to be able to get it onto the field. And we're going to grab... This is all distracting. I'm going to move it aside. We're going to grab Fountain, right? So what do we do from here? What do we do from here? We can use Snake Eye Ash. Like, we can bring back Jet Synchron by discarding another card in our hand, because this was a 3-card hand, so we would have 2 more cards in hand. We could pitch 1 to bring back Jet, and then we could use these 2 synchro. There's 2 problems here. First problem, what level 3 do we summon? Sack Hugin and Ash for Dragon? Okay, so if I don't bring back Jet, I could do this, right? I could do this for Dragon. How do I get Dragon into the graveyard, though? You wanna just make an IP next? Like, summon another Hugin and make IP with it? That's something we can do that, okay, but then let's think this through. We've discarded Jet for Hugin. We activate Fountain. We activate another Runick. We activate another Runick. And we summon probably another Hugin to chain block this Fountain. We go Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2. Discard this. These turn into 2 draws. Where's my Fountain? Where's my second Fountain? I lost it. Well, good thing I always have more fountains laying around somewhere. There's another Fountain. We grab another Fountain. We make an IP here. What did I put? Oh, goddamn. We make an IP Masquerena. We're triggering Flamberge to bring back Ash and Jet. The thing is, once we are here, right? Once you are here, I think it's a little awkward because now our extra monster zone is locked. We can't use any more runics to extend. We can make a formula synchron, but I don't know what the point of that is. Like, I don't know what we do if once we reach this point. We have the IP is in the extra monster zone, super you know. So I don't know if I like this. I don't think this is what we should be doing this early on. So going back a little bit to the situation earlier with 2 runics and Ash, right? We normal summon Ash, grab a Jet, activate Runick, summon Hugin, discard Jet to grab the fountain. So this is where we're at. I think a better way to do things would be to discard 1 card from your hand to summon back Jet, right? And then what we want to do is we want to make a level 3 synchro. The question is, what level 3 synchro do we make? There's a couple options that I've already searched earlier. The first option is Martial Metal Marcher, which is a cool card because it's a level 3 tuner that on summon reborns a tuner from the graveyard. The problem in this scenario is that the Jet is going to be banished because we brought it back with its own effect in this scenario. If we make Metal Marcher, we don't have a tuner in the graveyard. The other option is the one that we saw earlier in the other combo, which is Cyber's Integrator, which I don't have. I ordered it last week, but it hasn't arrived yet. So it's the only card that I don't have right now to show. But it's just a level... Basically, all you need to know is it's a level 3 non-tuner that when it's sent to the graveyard draws you a card. So what you could do is you could summon that thing here, which is a level 3 synchro, and then you would activate Fountain. You would activate Slumber to summon another Hugin. Then you go chaining 1 Fountain for 2, chaining 2 Hugin, discard that card. So you draw 2 for these and you search another Fountain, right? And then here, what you would do is you would go Ash Effect with these 2, right? Ash Effect with these 2 to summon from the deck. What is little bro called? Snake Eye Oak. And Snake Eye Oak gives you your Jet Synchron from Banished. Right? Which you can do this, by the way. You can do this no matter what level 3 synchro this is. Right? This can be Integrator. This can be Samsara Sorrow Cat, which is another option that I was thinking about. This thing, right? Which is a cool option. This basically let me quickly. This is a level 3 synchro tuner. Once per chain during your opponent's main phase, you can quick effect synchro with it. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 other synchro in your grave, return it to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon this card. So it's basically 2, like if we summon this here, this is basically double tuner access. You can do a very 2011 kind of thing here and make Hyper Librarian and Formula Synchron, which draws you 2 cards, which is very funny. And not even that far off. Like that could be something you could do. Like you could go, well, but you don't want to synchro with the Oak. You want to use the Oak, right? I definitely want to use the Oak effect. You definitely want to use the Oak effect to grab your Flamberge. What do we do with the Flamberge though? Like we can, okay, I have some cards on the side of my table, but I don't know if we're ready for that talk yet. Because we can start thinking about level 9 synchros in a bit, and there is one called freaking where did I even put the dude? Power Tool freaking Braver Dragon, and we can freaking play bamboo swords and shit like that. I don't know if we're ready for that kind of talk. I don't know if we're ready for this kind of talk yet. I don't know if we're this deep in the hole yet, but the cards are here. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know the cards are here, theoretically. Oh, there it is. Power Tool Braver, dude. The one thing I will say, the one dose of copium that I'll give you is that the freaking bamboo swords are nasty as scents for the snake eyes. Like, if we have freaking cursed bamboo sword, we can do infinite. This is like 3 cents for the snake eyes for days, and free discards for the Hugin for days, and free discards for the I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know that information is out there, you know? I'm just saying. But let's move that aside. I think if we have another Runick, which is a lot to ask, but we have drawn a couple cards. If we have another Runick here as one of those 2 cards, right? I think we have some pretty interesting lines that we can take. I'm just trying to think how we use this oak, because I want to use this oak effect. I want to use this oak effect to get Flamberge out there, because Flamberge is insane, right? Flamberge is insane because it gives us such high level climbing for the synchros. Sack Oak and Hugin into Dragon. Okay, we sack Oak and Hugin into Dragon. Even without another Runick, we get here. Then we make Croc, which draws a card. Do I have Croc? I'm not sure if I ever picked that thing up. I am not sure if I ever picked the Croc up. Oh, God. Did I pick up the Croc? I may not have one to showcase it. No, I don't have one. But okay, we can make the Croc here. Jet goes back into the graveyard. Let's just prox the Croc real quick. That just draws 1 card, right? We just used that draws 1 card. Flamberge floats into a Jet again and Oak again. We could make, at this point, we could make Baron and Herald and be done. Which is somewhat underwhelming. It's somewhat underwhelming. I mean, we haven't used the graveyard effect of this yet. We haven't gotten any value from the fact that this is basically a double synchro tuner. So if we have another Runick, what can we turn a level 3 tuner into, though? Also, I'm annoyed that we're not doing any of the so far we haven't done any shenanigans with Flamberge on the opponent's turn, and we're sending Fountain for the Snake Eye, but we're not adding it back, which is annoying to me. But I guess you can only make that play with 3 Runicks over the course of this. Let's go back a second, just 1 step. We were here, right? We were here just a moment ago. I kind of like the Librarian. The fact that we get Librarian so easily here must be worth something. The fact that that Librarian is right here. Librarian is right in front of us. Librarian plus Formula. I don't think it's good to make Formula here, because you want to use the Oak at some point. I mean, let's say we have another Runick, right? One thing we could do is we can make Librarian. Hear me out. I have a Librarian. We make Librarian. We activate Fountain, Smiting Storm, Gary. This is where it starts. This is where it starts getting nice. You activate Fountain and Gary. You add back Fountain. You draw at least one with this Fountain. Now we have a free scent for the Oak again because we've used this Fountain, right? We've used this Fountain. We can use the Oak to grab ourselves the Flamberge. We can make Croc here, which I don't have. Croc, Flamberge triggers to bring back Jet and Oak. We draw one with Librarian, one with Croc. Right? This makes Baron. Draw one. We use Samsara Sorrow Cat to recycle the Croc into the extra deck to bring itself back, but it's banished when it leaves the field. We can make a level 4 Synchro here to draw another card. I don't know what level 4 we make. Let's say, let's just keep the cooking from earlier go. You can make different. I don't know what level 4 sync. You can make Herald and just leave it at this. You can make Herald and leave it at this. Which is already better than what we had earlier. That is already better than what we had going on earlier, right? Like I mean, we have 6 cards in hand. We have Fountain. One option that you have, and I'm not saying it's the best one, but one option that you have is what. With the cards that we had earlier, I'm just trying to find it between my 10,000 different piles. I should have sorted my freaking desk better before doing this stream. But it is what it is. We're going to make do. Where is the dude? Where is the Kethugua, man? Because we still have that Gary left over. Where's the Kethugua? Kethugua, where are you? There it is. Kethugua comes out. Librarian draws another card. This is banished. This makes Emerald. Kethugua draws a card. Emerald shuffles all of our Runicks back into the deck. All 3 go back. And we draw. And we are holding a moderate 9 cards in hand right now. 9. 9 cards in hand. We only end on Baron, and this is an SP. Is there a better rank 4 we can make? What about Dugaris? Can Dugaris revive Flamberge? Not sure. We haven't made Formula a single time, which makes me sad. I want to make Formula Synchron. Why can't we make Formula Synchron? How much extra deck space was this? Just out of curiosity. This was 3 Runicks, and it had the Croc in there, right? 4, 8. That's not too bad. That's 9. We have some more flex spots. The only thing that I am slightly worried about is that this was the combo had 3 Runicks, right? Let me just repeat it in a more just really quickly. I think this combo was 3 Runicks. We have to check because that is a big weakness. That is a big weakness for a deck like this. Because one core advantage of, for example, the Bystial Runick is that it can be completely okay with just drawing one runic, right? Like Quem plus one runic, you're cooking, right? You are good to go. Which I don't know if that is true for this deck. But let's see. Just to recap, this combo was the following. It was access to Snake Eye Ash, and at some point, you don't need to open 3 runics, but at some point you need to have access to 3 runics. So what we did was we went normal summon Ash, grab Jet, activate Runick, summon Hugin, discard Jet, grab Fountain, discard one other card from our hand for Jet, make Samsara Sorrowcat, activate Fountain, activate Smiting Storm, summon another Hugin, chainlink 1 Fountain, chainlink 2 Hugin, discarding, I believe there's one other card. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be the last card in our hand. Let's say it's not a runic, so this draws 2, and this adds the last Fountain. All right, so this is the situation we're in. Now we can use Snake Eye Ash onto Fountain. We don't need it anymore. To grab Oak from the deck, which grabs us Jet Synchron back. And at this point, we pretended like we drew another runic that we haven't used yet, right? So we went Fountain, Librarian, Runic again, Gary, Fountain 1, Gary 2, so this is replaced, this is added back. And at this point, we used Oak with the Fountain again to grab Flamberge from the deck. You can use Flamberge to equip something, I just realized. I don't know if that's worth anything. Like equipping an Ash here. I don't know if that does anything. You might do it, you might not do it. And then we made Croc here, which I don't have. So this, and then revive these 2. Draw 2. Yeah, I mean, you just cook from here, right? I think what you do from here almost doesn't matter, right? What you do from here barely matters. You could make a formula here, make a level 6 synchro here, whatever. You can do multitude of things, but you're just gonna have infinite cards in hand at this point once the Librarian hits the board, right? But this combo is triple runic. So the question is, what do we do if we only draw 2 runics, or worst case only 1, right? That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. What if we like don't have the luxury of having all these different runics? Like, if I only have 1 runic, what am I even doing, right? Because if we can figure out alternate lines for those situations, if we can figure out alternate lines for those situations, then maybe it's okay. Like, let's start with 2 runics. That's the 3 is gonna be 1 is gonna be the hardest. I think you can probably make it work with 2 runics. So we go Ash, we grab Jed, we go Runic, Hugin, Pitch, grab Fountain, activate Fountain, bring back Jet with another card from our hand, clear up the extra monster zone this way. Probably. We could also clear it up with Snake Eye Ash, but I don't know if that's the better way. This into second Hugin, and then let's just pretend we don't find another runic card, right? We're going to shuffle these back, we're going to draw some cards. Let's just pretend we're not drawing any runic cards. We're drawing duplicate Snake Eye Ashes or some shit like that. How can we turn this board into something nice even without this. We're gonna have another fountain in hand, probably, because this Yugen resolves, most likely. We can do this. Into this, so we get the jet back in rotation. We get a couple draws. I mean, we could make we could go a Liberian formula here, which is 2 draws, and if we find another runic, it's maybe okay. We could tag this into, right? We could tag. Does Assault Synchron, Assault Stardust, does Assault Stardust revive a level 2 or lower, or exactly level 2? Level 2 or lower, right? Assault Stardust could revive Jet Synchron as well, right? So if we make Liberian here, because we don't have another runic, so we're kind of scrambling, right? We don't have another runic, so we go here, we make formula. I have like 6 formula synchrons. Yeah, we make formula synchron. We draw 2 cards here. If we draw another runic, we can keep going, no problem. Worst case, we don't draw a runic again. Worst case, we don't draw a runic again. Yeah, I guess then it's... I mean, we have 4 draws for a runic. But if we don't draw a runic, I guess it ends here. What if we make, in order to keep the oak around, what if we make Cyber's Integrator now here? Cyber's Integrator is a non-tuner, so these 2 can make a Charge Warrior or Coal Dragon. This draws 1 card. And then because we have another Synchro in the graveyard, this comes back. So we have Charge Warrior or Coral Dragon. Or Tri-Edge Master, rather. No, wait, Tri-Edge? Oh yeah, 2 level 3s doesn't draw a card, so it would have to be Stardust Charge. Or Coral Dragon. It's such awkward leveling sometimes if you play odd level tuners in the thing. I mean, we have a level 10 synchro. We have a level 10 synchro here, right? These make a level 4, this makes a level 10. Or level 7, then 10. But either way, I think you can get somewhere. I think you can get somewhere with 2 runics. I think the where you're gonna run into some problems. You're gonna run into some problems if we're talking 1 runic plus only Snake Eye cards. Although on the other hand, if you draw 1 runic plus Snake Eye cards, you probably have other ways to extend, right? Like the rest of your hand, if you only draw 1 runic, probably consists of relatively strong extenders. Like, I mean, if you played this would be an extender. This would change the way you play this would change the way you play, this would change the way you play. So maybe this is okay, right? Because if this doesn't do anything together, then you're probably gonna have those cards in your hand to make it like work out. It'd be a hell of a deck. I just now realize it would be a hell of a deck to figure out all the different lines, because it probably changes a lot whether you start with normal summon Ash or Diabellstar, because if you start with Diabellstar, you first of all you get to special summon the Ash, so you can normal summon the Jet later. You don't have to discard it for the Hugin and then discard another card from your hand for yada yada. It changes that way. Also, if we have Diabellstar access, we have freaking we have a level 7 body that we can theoretically keep on the board. We can keep it and do it different, like, you know. Ooh, okay. Interesting. The one thing I want to figure out is if there is any point in thinking about a secondary engine in terms of, this is all very messy, but this is sometimes how deck building goes, you know. I think it's a good thing that we have this on here, because this is sometimes how it goes. Sometimes you just have to run circles in your head and do this kind of stuff, you know. It's I know it's probably a little bit confusing, but this is the you know, this is the way it goes sometimes. I want to figure out, if you were to build this deck, would you even be able to consider a secondary engine? Because my head keeps going back to, I know it sounds weird, but my head keeps going back to the freaking Bamboo Swords, because they have such great synergy with the Diabellstars, the Snake Eyes, and the Runick cards, because this card just makes you pay for your freaking cost. Like, you can use this for cost, like it basically makes up all your shit and you draw a billion card anyways. I don't even know if it's worth exploring that idea. If we don't have the room for that anyways, then there's no point in thinking about it. I'm guessing this would be a deck that would play a large amount of Runicks, because if you never want to be caught without a Runick in this deck, because yeah, the deck doesn't function at all. You probably want 2 or 3 Runicks in every hand, so you would be playing at least 17 Runicks, and probably even 18 or 19 is my guess for this list. Runick quick plays, that is, because you just need the extenders. So this would be 17 quick play spells plus 2 fountains, so that's already 19 cards. We're, as a Snake Eye, even if we go minimalistic on the Snake Eyes, the minimum would be 3/1/1, 1 Jet. You would probably play 3 Ashes. I can't see myself playing less. You would play 1 Oak at the very minimum. You might want to play a Birch. And you probably play 1 Flamberge at the minimum, right? And then more copies of Diabellstar and Sinful Spoil and Oak and Birch, that's optional, right? This is optional stuff. And maybe more copies of the freaking Dragon, which I don't know where they went. I have them somewhere. Here. All right. This would be the mandatory stuff, which doesn't look that bad. This is 19, this is 11, so it puts you to 30, which is something you can work with. We have, even if we play a bunch of these, we're not even at 40 yet, so we can probably fit 1 or 2 more Runicks. We have some room for non-engine. It doesn't seem impossible. It does seem impossible to think of something like the... Think of something like the Bamboo Sword engine. The reason why I thought of this is because you guys are writing Copium, but people are playing that in the OCG right now in some Snake Eye versions. They actually are playing the cards, so it's not that Copium. This stuff is not in Master Duel yet. So with a minimum package, we have 30 cards. We can add some more engine and still have room for some non-engine slots. Or is there a different engine that provides fodder for the Snake Eye cards? Like for the cost of the Snake Eye cards? That's what I'm trying to think. Because this, I mean, technically this does work as like basically, if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, Cursed Bamboo Sword reads, if it's sent to the graveyard, you can search a bamboo sword from your deck. Original bamboo swords, you equip it and you can send it to the graveyard to change it for a cursed bamboo sword from your deck. And then golden bamboo sword, if you control another bamboo sword, you draw 2 cards, right? And this is not once per turn. So the idea is basically you try to get 2 of these together, and then you can draw 2 with the golden sword. And if you only draw these, you can still use it as infinite fodder for your Snake Eyes, because you equip this, you send it for a Snake Eye, you search original equips this, you can send it for a Snake Eye, and so on and so forth, right? And none of this shit is once per turn. None of this shit is once per turn. And as soon as you draw the golden bamboo swords, once you have these in rotation, they are just Pot of Greed, right? And theoretically, if you're playing a synchro deck, if you make Power Tool Braver Dragon level 9 synchro, you can just equip both of these from your deck to it. You know, you equip both of these from the deck to it, then this gets sent to the graveyard, you search Golden Bamboo Sword, you draw 2 cards, kind of shit. You know, like this kind of stuff. It's a very, it takes a lot of space though. It takes a lot of space, so I'm not sure if you can do it in this, but it does have synergy with the Snake Eyes. You know, this is a free discard for Diabellstar. It's a free discard for Hugin, so it does have some synergy with the deck. But I'm not sure if we can fit it in 40 cards, because it's a relatively large engine. It's a relatively large engine that I'm not sure we can fit. It might be overcooking a little bit too much in that regard. Yeah. You can play the Resonator package. You know, I was gonna I had all the cards ready on the side here. Where are they? This is a recurring theme today. I need to prepare this better in the future. I will. I had all the cards ready for a different Runick variation, which is Runick Synchro. We probably don't have the time for all that yet, but I have the freaking, you know, I have, you know, I was gonna cook massively, but for the freaking, you know, like I was ready to cook with Runick Synchro, which I also think is possible. It's also possible. It just takes a lot of time to come up with some shit. And I thought we were gonna have enough time today, but I severely underestimated the amount of time it takes to actually cook on stream. Well, it's fine. I think it's still interesting. I'm gonna be honest with you. It seems kind of foolish to not incorporate this sort of triangle of cards into the deck. It seems a little bit foolish to not even think about Sunlight Wolf, Linkuriboh, Heat Soul towards the end of your combo. It's just, it requires a lot of fire monsters, but it makes Librarian a lot worse. But I'm not sure if Librarian is maybe bait. Maybe Librarian is a little bait. I'm not sure. Isn't the sinful spell better than Jet? What do you mean? The sinful spell is better than Jet. What are you talking about? You want to open it? This one? I mean, drawing this is fine, but like, You can make Arclight with Munin and Jet, and then link it off to get Illusion of Chaos into Souls, into Diabellstar, Celine, etc., etc. Oh god. Illusion of Chaos. It crossed my mind. It crossed my mind to play Illusion of Chaos. I just don't like... One thing I don't like about going Herald of the Arclight to search Illusion of Chaos is that if I ever commit into making a Herald of the Arclight, which is a freaking Omni Negate plus a Floodgate against certain strategies, right? If I'm committing all the resources to make a Herald of the Arclight, I would like it to stay there. Right? I would like it to stay there and be the negate, right? I don't love turning it into something else to potentially get a different endboard piece at the end, because Herald of the Arclight is already an endboard piece. I don't know if we need it to be more than that. Yeah, if that makes sense. But you could do that. But I've never really seen anything that convinced me with making Herald and then doing anything further with it. Usually you're just better off just leaving it there. Get it back with Flamberge. You see, I think before Promethean Princess, I don't think we have a way to get this back onto the field, right? Like once I summon it from the deck with a Snake Eye, I want to link it off on my first turn, right? I want to link it off because I want to get the bodies back immediately. How do I get Flamberge back onto the board? I don't see a way to do it. I was thinking maybe can Dugaris summon Flamberge? Or does it have to be level 4 or lower? I forgot. Let me check. It can. So earlier, you guys remember when we made Daigusto Emerald with Cthulhu and Gary? We could have drawn a card with Cthulhu and made Dugares to bring back the Flamberge. To leave it as an endboard piece. Not impossible. Not impossible. But that was the 3 Runick combo, right? That was the combo where we had triple Runick available throughout the hand. But it's possible nonetheless. Why not Banshee if you make an Xyz 4? Wait, what do you mean Banshee? Like the fire Banshee? What does it do? Doesn't it just search a pyro? What would I want to search a pyro for? I want to have it on the board, my pyro. Wait, I don't have a Dugaris? I thought I did. Maybe I don't. Search Populous? Populous isn't out yet. This is for this weekend. The combo, honestly, after Phantom Nightmare, it's pretty easy to figure out a combo with this. You can search Birch to summon itself. I mean, we could search Birch, and summon itself, and then float into another Flamberge on the opponent's turn, I suppose. I don't know if that's worth though. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough because I don't know if we're overcooking or if we're actually onto something. Because the crazy thing is that even if we do find something here, it's only gonna matter for like 2 weeks, because in 2 weeks you can make this deck infinitely better, and after Phantom Nightmare it's gonna play completely differently. Like in Phantom Nightmare, the question of what end board do you want to make doesn't even exist anymore, because it's so easy. Every deck is just gonna make Promethean Princess, Flamberge, Amblo Whale, that kind of vibes, you know? Like it's like not even a question. Okay, so we have figured out that we do have the room. The minimum deck has like 30 cards in it, and we definitely have enough wiggle room to make the deck as consistent as we like it to be, and we can even fit in some non-engine. So in theory, I think that makes the deck at least worth considering. I think one major issue that we're going to face, that every Runick Synchro deck faces at some point, is I think your grind game. While in theory it is there with Runick Fountain, and I think the Snake Eyes also, and the Diabellstar stuff has amazing recovery, your grind game suffers from the fact that you just run out of Runick fusions. So we either have to have enough room in the extra deck to play like triple Hugin or double Gary or multiple of whichever, right? Or we need a way to recycle them, right? But okay, that's another problem for later. Play a Bystial package? Yeah, Bystial Snake Eye, yeah. No, I kind of like the laugh all you want, but I don't hate the Cthulhu Emerald idea to recycle all your Runick fusions. I don't hate that. I really don't hate that idea for pre-Phantom Nightmare. I'm not opposed to it. This kind of combo towards the end of whatever, and then you just turn the Emerald. You just turn the Emerald into an SP, which in all honesty is a completely fine end board piece to end on SP, because this is like making so Cthulhu Gary adds back Fountain, make Emerald, Cthulhu draws a card, Emerald recycle and draws a card. I think that's fine. That's fine. Fun thing about Cthulhu is it's a rekindling target. Okay, we're gonna play rekindling because Snake Eye Oak is also a rekindling target. Thoughts? Okay. Yeah. Okay, what is all the synchros that we've thought about so far? It was Formula, Marcher. We haven't figured out a way to use this guy yet. This guy seems like something we should try to use. That seems good. We are not using these two. We need some amount of Runicks. Thorocat, Liberian. We definitely play this. I don't know if you use any of these. You probably want to use these for utility. So extra deck is going to be, I think it's going to be doable, but it's going to be tight. This extra deck. It's looking tight. And we're not playing any links yet, which is also something we might want to consider, whether we can incorporate Heat Soul or anything like that. I think we can do it a lot of different ways. But that's the most confusing thing, I think, is the extra deck and the lines you take. Because I think that the deck is going to be, I think it's possible to make it relatively consistent, and I also think that the Snake Eye cards and the Diabellstar cards are going to make it relatively good into hand traps. Like, if you get interrupted on a Snake Eye Ash, it's relatively easy to follow it up with like a Wanted or a Diabellstar, or this card. I think that's not going to be your biggest issue. As well as, like, I mean, Runicks already are pretty good into hand traps, because if you go Hugin, your opponent is incentivized to hit the Hugin with a hand trap, and so on and so forth. I think that aspect of the deck is okay. Droll is probably an issue, but I'm gonna be honest with you. This is I'm going to this regional to cook. If I get Drolled and I lose because of it, it's fine. Also, you can do Wanted in the draw phase. You can do your Fountain Search in the draw phase. I honestly don't think it's that big of a problem. As long as you have a line that doesn't only rely on, what's it called? Liberian. I think it's gonna be okay. Like, if we can still end on like a Baron under Droll and get the Fountain up, I think we're gonna be okay. I think that's alright. Yeah. 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 It's a little bit tougher. It's a little bit tougher to think about this deck in. It's very, how do I phrase this? It's hard to think about a Runick deck in theory for going second, because I mean it's so it's gonna be so dependent on what your opponent ends on, how your opponent interacts with you. If I had to guess, I would probably say this deck is going to be weaker at going second than Bystial Runick, simply because you don't have access to the Bystials at all, obviously, and so you're not going to be able to run over stuff before doing your plays, that kind of stuff. We would be playing one copy of Kurikara. That is something that we would absolutely be playing in the main deck, so that puts, I guess that puts our minimum deck count to 31, because this card is obviously searchable with Ash, and it's also searchable with the Sinful Spoils trap card. Like, sometimes what we can do is we don't have to use this card, we can also get it to the graveyard in other ways and search the Kurikara that way. So we have a highly searchable board breaker, which is nice and grindy going second. You know, try to break your board. If it doesn't work out, maybe I can search a Kurikara and control the game that way. I think that's neat. And I think another way we could approach the deck is we have a lot of ways to get into the Snake Eye stuff without normal summoning. Potentially, you could even side more copies of, or main deck or side deck more copies of these cards, right? Because what we could do with those is we could play something like Lava Golem or Sphere Mode, right? We could make the deck not as reliant on its normal summon. And if we play those, we can side out like 2 copies of Ash and then take in like Lava Golem and shit like that, you know, and beat Vanadium by Sphere Moding and then Diabellstar, you know, that kind of stuff. That's interesting, in my opinion. The fact that your starter, yet you can have 9 special summons essentially, is cool, right? Is very cool. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the more I think about this deck, the more I feel like this could be a real thing once Populous comes out. It definitely could. I'm not sure if I'm gonna feel confident enough to play it at a 600-man regional this weekend. I'm gonna think about it. I genuinely think there is something here. But after Phantom Nightmare, I'm pretty certain. I don't think it's a question. I don't think it's a question that after Phantom Nightmare you can do something with these cards. Like, these cards are good, I think, after Phantom Nightmare, in conjunction with Runick. If you want to recycle and you have a discard, you can run the Shufflers. Well, I basically, I want to have a way to recycle that isn't something I need to hard draw. Someone earlier said Pot of Avarice, which is like a card. I don't know. I'm low-key expecting Pot of Avarice to be a playable card at some point again, but I don't think right now is the time for it, because like it's just not a starter. It just requires you to be playing already for it to be useful, which is just not something that happens consistently enough, you know? Emerald is still limited? Well, I mean, I think 1 would be enough. I don't even know if it's still limited, but maybe. I don't actually know. Have you seen World Chalice Punk Runick? No, I haven't, but we don't have the time for that right now. It is still limited. That's funny. I didn't realize it was, but yeah, I wasn't planning on making more than one anyways. Is Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon a playable card in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh? In competitive, I would say not really. It's a very gimmicky blind second OTK deck, which probably gets you some wins here and there, but is not overly competitive. For casual gameplay, it's probably fine, but not much more than that. What's your opinion on Runick Generator? I haven't played it. I don't have the cards for it. But it didn't seem that strong to me. It did not seem that strong to me overall. So, would it be worth? I'm trying to think. We don't have room for the bamboo swords, but both of our engines discard / send face-up cards to the graveyard. Is there a different engine that provides free fodder for these? Is there another thing that I can use to just discard for Diabell Stars, send for the Snake Eyes, discard for the Runicks? Because it feels a little bit it seems wrong when your entire deck requires you to discard cards and send cards from the field to the graveyard. Like, you know, the Runick cards do that, the Diabell Star cards do that, the Snake Eye cards do that. It seems odd not to play a free quote-unquote thing for that, right? It feels awkward not to be prepared for that in any shape or form, right? And so the thing about, you guys are saying things like free discards, like Volcanic Shell or whatever like that. That doesn't work with the Snake Eyes, because the Snake Eyes, you need to send cards from the field to the graveyard. That's what was so good about the Bamboo Sword equip spell. That's an equip spell with a graveyard effect, right? That's a card you can put face up onto any monster, and then you can send it, which is something that does not, that Volcanic Shell doesn't do. I'm not sure if there's another card like that though. It would have to be like a continuous spell or equip spell with a graveyard effect, you know. Metal Foes Fusion doesn't work because the Snake Eyes have to send a face-up card. Runick for Hire side deck. Oh god, it's throwing me off a little bit because I'm in the middle of building a different Runick deck. I'm not sure entirely. It's not an easy question to answer. It depends on what decks you expect and what you want to like be prepared for. I think Ash is looking alright right now. Are you gonna do a hand trap tier list in some days? Maybe. I think I'm gonna keep the non-engine and hand trap on whatever tier list for after Phantom Nightmare, because I don't think the format before it is super duper interesting. I mean, it's interesting, but it's not super relevant in the long term, right? Does Centurion have potential? Yeah, Centurion has potential for sure. I mean, maybe you don't need, maybe it doesn't need to be something that works with the Snake Eyes, because we can probably find something to send for the Snake Eyes. Like we can send what's it called, the Runick Fountain. Someone mentioned this, which isn't the worst idea. It's not the worst idea because this provides multiple discards for your engine, and you can send the Crimson Gaia afterwards. Like, for example, if you discard Vision Resonator for Hugin, you grab Crimson Gaia, you activate Crimson Gaia to fetch a Vision Resonator. This Vision Resonator you can actually special summon as a level 2 tuner if you have Diabell Star on the field, or Hyper Librarian, or anything like that. You can send the Crimson Gaia for the Snake Eyes later. You can send it for like this plus Diabellstar is also pretty neat because you discard it for Diabellstar, grab Crimson Gaia grabs another Vision Resonator. You can special summon the Vision Resonator. You can then send the Crimson Gaia for this spell for free, so you keep the body. That's kind of okay. Yeah, maybe that's something to keep in the back of your head. That's interesting. And then even if you don't draw, like, even if you don't draw any of the Diabellstar cards or anything like that, you know, you can still pitch this for Hugin. Grab this, this grabs this. Maybe you can do something with just those two. You can make like a Herald. It's better than nothing. That seems okay. That's like less space than the Bamboo Swords by a lot. And also this doesn't have any bricks because, like, I mean, all of these cards are good. You don't have to play all 6. You can play less. Can Search Vision with Gaia? You can Search Vision with Gaia because it mentions Red Dragon Archfiend. We could throw in some sprites. Okay, calm down. Calm down. We are I don't know. I don't think we want to be doing that. Okay, this is interesting. This is not, I was planning to quote unquote finish a deck list, but I'm just now realizing it's way too complicated to come up. So I think we've come up with a first draft, and I think that's okay for now. I think we've come up with a first draft for a list. I might take it to the regionals. I'll think about it some more. I'll think about it some more on Saturday, and I might take it to the regional. I mean, if I don't take this, if I don't take some Runick Synchro variant, I'll probably just take the Bystial Runick that we've talked about earlier. Which I'm pretty happy with the list that we made earlier for the Bystial Runick. That sounds pretty much set in stone. But I'm gonna reconsider this, and I might do it. The other thing that I was considering, obviously, was I was originally planning to cook some more with Resonators and Fabled in Runick, because the Fables are pretty cool in Runick, because you can actually hard make Fabled Unicorn. You can play like Assault Synchron combos, you know, Cupid pitch lines, all that kind of stuff. I love Runicks, can you tell? Anyways, this is also something I wanted to consider. I don't know how good it actually is, but we've played it. We've played that back in the day before Vision Resonator was even a thing, and I think this gives it a relatively big boost. But yeah, this is cool. You wouldn't play this in the Snake Eye. You wouldn't play these in the Snake Eye. I'm talking about a different deck. That's why it wouldn't be a 60 card deck. It would be a different deck. It would be, you would not play the Snake Eyes in this one. Because you would, it would just be it basically is a Cupid pitch deck, right? Where you try to go Hugin with a level 2 tuner, whichever level 2 tuner you prefer, basically. You don't play all of them, you play some of them. But you go Hugin with a level 2 tuner, you make Cupid pitch, which I don't know where the hell Cupid pitch is at this point, dude. Everything is everywhere and nowhere. I think one very distinct quality of this deck would be that going second into a board, when you go Hugin discard Cerberell, you can just make Fabled Unicorn and potentially break the entire board like that if you can just manage to have the same number of cards in hand, which is something that is not that hard to do with Runicks, right? Like if you go second, they make a big board, you summon the Unicorn first thing, they have to really, you know, it's not as easy for them to deal with that situation. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it's very situational. Unicorn is very situational. There's no, oh, there's Cupid pitch, right? So you go level 2 tuner with Hugin into Cupid pitch here. Then you summon another Hugin. This makes Assault Stardust. Which is somewhere. Right? Assault Stardust brings back the level 2 tuner. You used Cupid pitch searches. there's different targets. This is a legal target for Cupid Pitch. This is a target for Cupid Pitch. Sangan is a target for Cupid Pitch, which I've been using a couple times. And then you go from here, right? This is already Baron, so on and so forth, right? So I think there's some cool ways to use Runics that people haven't explored with enough, because Assault Synchron is a pretty damn good card. The Resonators are pretty damn good cards. Fabled Cerberell is pretty good in Runics because it discards, you discard it for Hugin, you get a Fabled Tuner, which is worth something. Tuning is pretty cool because it gets you Assault Synchron and it has a very high chance. Like in a version, like let's say you play Resonators and Assault Synchron in your deck, right? Tuning can hit a Runic. Tuning can hit a Runic, which is a +1 later. Tuning can hit Fountain, which is easy which is nice if you have Gary. It can hit Vision Resonator for a +1. So Tuning is a pretty damn good Rhoda, if you ask me. Like Search 1 and then Mill 1 is a pretty good card overall. Yeah. You could play a Revolution Synchron as a one-off target for Tuning in case you already have Assault Synchron, so you can like extend your synchro plays that way. I think there's some cool stuff you can do. I remember trying Fabled Runic without the Resonators, Synchrons, and it was pretty mid. It used to be pretty mid, yeah. I just think that the quality of tuners has made it at least worth considering. I'm not saying it's the best deck in the world. I'm not trying to find the best deck for the regional. I'm just trying to find something to enjoy this kind of middle period of the format with. And this could be something. This could be it, maybe. I'm considering it. But I'm leaning more towards, I just wanted to, for completion's sake, I wanted to include it. But I'm leaning more towards trying the Snake Eye version or just playing the Bystial version. Other decks, there were other decks that I wanted to consider, like Fire King, Vanadium, or Vanquish Soul, were other decks that I wanted to try. But I'm gonna be honest, the more I talk about Runic decks, the more I just want to play a Runic deck. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. I just want to play a Runic deck, that's all. I just want to play a Runic deck. I don't care if it's the best deck in the format. I don't know if it is, but it's just gonna, I'm just gonna enjoy it. I'm just gonna enjoy it. Which regional are you going to? I'm going to the German Open, which is in Essen in Germany. It's sold out with 600 tickets, so it's pretty big, pretty large. Horus Synchro Runic. Unironically, I tried making a Horus Runic deck before YCS Bologna. It didn't quite work out, but it was actually more of a Horus deck than anything else. I was playing like Canopic Protector. I was playing Canopic Protector as a free discard for Sarcophagus or Hugin. Because Canopic Protector actually makes it really annoying for your opponent to deal with your board. If you have a bunch of Horus cards in circulation, you just go Canopic Protector and bring all the Horuses back, and they can't really deal with your stuff without you going plus infinite, which is pretty interesting. But then the problem with that deck was that the Horus engine just does nothing if you don't have Imseti or King Sarcophagus. Right? Like, if you don't draw those, then the deck does nothing. That was the problem. That was the problem. Isn't everyone going to be prepared for Runic? Well, yeah, being prepared doesn't mean I can't beat them. Like, it's fine. I'm okay with people being prepared for it. That's one of the things, is I'm willing to mess around with it and playing a deck that, you know, I'm just gonna enjoy, and it's not necessarily the best in the room, because I'm in a relatively unique position this year, which I haven't been in for quite a long time, right? Because I used to be the type of person, ever since they've introduced Worlds points to qualify for Worlds, I've been grinding those points every year, right? Every year I've been grinding the points, trying to qualify for Worlds with the Worlds points, right? And this is the kind of stuff that makes you take every single regional very seriously, right? And always try to play whatever you think is going to get you the best result possible. And this year I actually don't have to do that, right? Which is, I mean, I guess weird flex, but of course, because we won Master Duel Worlds last year, we are guaranteed to have an invite for this year's Master Duel Worlds. So I don't need to worry about the TCG World Championships because I'm going to be playing the Master Duel World Championships. So I don't have to take every single regional as seriously. And especially in this middle period of before Phantom Nightmare, before Maze of Millennia, I just feel inclined to just try whatever, mess around, because this is one aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I really, really enjoy that I don't get to do as often in other circumstances, right? Like the circumstance of just like being on mad copium, building some deck that doesn't even necessarily work out, but just go to a tournament and put it to the test, right? That's something that I don't actually do very often. I don't have locals super close by, right? So I don't play locals every week, not even every month. Like I go to locals very, like, not regularly, right? And I obviously don't do that much at YCS. It's like literally the Runick Bystial that I brought to YCS Bologna was the closest I've ever been to just messing around and finding out at a YCS, right? But that kind of thing, at the end of the day, I'm a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, but I still really freaking enjoy this game, right? I enjoy messing around with different possibilities, right? And if it means I'm gonna scrub a regional with freaking Snake Eye Runick, I don't really care that much, you know? Like, I mean, I care, but I care more about enjoying my time there this time around, right? And so it's okay that the deck might lose to Droll or lose to certain hand traps, or maybe it's not gonna be as good, right? So I don't know. I'm gonna mess around with a little bit more in the next couple days. And if I find it's worth trying, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna put it to the test. I'm gonna bring it to the regional if I feel like it has potential, right? And it might work out, it might not work out. And if I think Runick Synchro has potential with freaking Assault Synchron, I'm gonna try it, you know. And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. That's fine. We'll see. We will see. Oh yeah. But real talk, I think post Phantom Nightmare, I don't know if it's the best fire deck, but Snake Eye Runick after Phantom Nightmare probably is good. Like actually meta relevant good. Like the combos I've seen, the combos are so much more smooth with freaking Populous, man. Populous is an insane card. Like, it's gonna make every deck somewhat more viable, which is why it might not be the best. It might not be the best fire deck, but it's definitely one of them. Evil package? What the hell? What the hell is the evil package? Good sir, you have my attention. You have my attention. What the hell is the evil package? I just need to move these infinite piles of cards so I can reach my mouse, and then I'm gonna check out the evil package. What do you mean by that? Because, you know, if anyone says, hey, this archetype has synergy with Runics, I just can't help but check it out, you know? Look at this image that Quantal sent me. Hold up. Like 40 minutes ago. He just said, I overcooked, and sent me this image. Oh god, yes. Oh god, yes. We out here. We out here. This is what happens. This is what happens when you don't need to worry about world's points at all. Evil. Which are you talking about? The new one, the level 1? Is this the new one? Look at my last message. Okay, hold up. You play 1 Mechirella, 2 Leos, 2 Leos, and Evil Singularity. No, it's Evo Singularity, right? That's a trap card. It makes Dolka on your turn and a Lars with 2 negates on your opponent's turn. Tribute a reptile monster, then discard 1 card. Special summon a level 6 or lower fire dinosaur from your deck. You can banish this card from your grave, then target a dragon Xyz you control with no material. Attach up to 2 reptile and or dinosaur with different names from your hand or grave to that monster. So I summoned this with the Snake Eye thing. I summon Leos from the deck. If this card is normal or special, set an Evo Bridge or Singularity directly from your deck. Okay, we set this. During your main phase, if you control this card that was normal summoned or special summoned by the effect of a fire, you can send a fire reptile or dinosaur from deck to the grave. Then you can make 2 monsters on the field become the same type and level as that monster. So we have to send the other Leos from the deck to the graveyard to make another monster level 4 dino. So we make Dolka, and then we have a Singularity. Target an evil tile and an evil sore in your grave. Okay, but doesn't it all... I don't know. Like, I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. The combo you're suggesting is a strong combo. Like making a Dolka turn 1 and then making a Lars turn 2 is pretty powerful, right? I'm not saying it's that the end board is bad, right? What I'm saying is I guess Dolka or Lagia, right? The problem is that drawing Leos is not good. Right, it works somewhat, but you don't have the evil tile. Then actually, you still get to make a Dolka or a Lagia with this, but it's not great. So drawing Leos, I would say, is not good. It's bad. It's bad to draw Leos. It can do something. It's not a Garnet, but it's not good. Drawing Evo Singularity alone is obviously terrible, and drawing the Mega Kirella, I guess, is okay because you can just normal summon it. But you're not really getting a sweet deal here, you know? You can do the second effect anyways. Yeah, you can normal summon it to set the bridge, and then you can send another Leos from deck to the grave to make another monster level 4 dinosaur. But then you can't use the trap because you don't have an evil tile in the graveyard. So you can... this is a rank 4, yes, with another monster. But you're not gonna be able to use the trap card anyways, because you don't have an evil tile. Send Kirella. Well, you can send Kirella, but then you don't have a rank 4. Then you don't have the rank 4. I don't know. Like, I see what you're trying to do. I understand it. And it's not terrible. I just don't think it's a good deal. Your engine is not a good deal because it's 4 cards in the main deck, 2 to 3 in the extra deck. None of them are actually really good draws. 1 is a fine draw, 2 are mediocre draws, and 1 is a terrible draw. And all that just to have the Snake Eye cards do a combo. Like, you can do better combos with the Snake Eye cards. You can just summon Jet Synchron and go for synchro plays that give you similar amount of card advantage / interaction. You know, like I don't think it's worth it. Anyways, dude, we really did cook today. We really did cook today. Let me know. This was something that we haven't done like this ever before, mainly because this setup with the cam from the top and everything is new. I did it yesterday. Feel free to let me know how you guys like this sort of thing. I feel like this is closer to even though it was very unstructured and I had to go through piles of cards and try to find the stuff that I was looking for and all that, I kind of enjoy talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! More when I have the actual cards in my hands to fiddle around with rather than on DB and all that kind of stuff. So I think it was enjoyable. I hope you agree. So yeah, I'm gonna see what I end up deciding for on the regional on Sunday. You guys are gonna find out, because I'm probably gonna make a deck profile no matter what happens, whether it's gonna be the Bystial Runick or the Snake Eye Runick or the Synchro Runick, whatever. I'm gonna let you guys know. But yeah, until then, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you guys on Monday after the regional. So yeah, or I'll see you at the regional, you know. Have a wonderful weekend. Hyrie EU, thank you for the last minute Prime subscription. I appreciate you. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll send you guys over to Mr. Farfa. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Peace. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for watching.